Chapter 641. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. The ninth imperial elder had said that he had used a secret technique to force everything in the Dao cave back to the clan. He did not expect that the people of this clan would surround the true, desolate Dao cave so quickly and wait for him to come out. He looked around. There were 19 people in the crowd, and the weakest was at the connecting immortal realm. The leaders were 3 half-step great Dao experts, giving him great pressure. Look, at this time, all the paths in all directions were blocked by this group of people. One person even appeared silently at the entrance of the true desolate Dao cave, making it impossible for him to return to the true desolate Dao cave. Damn thing! Where is the ninth imperial elder of my clan? Said a middle-aged man in black. He was at the half-step great Dao level and was one of the 3 leaders. He glared at Lin Tian and shouted. 2 days ago, a divine spirit light flew into the 7 luminaries' empire. It was a secret letter that the ninth imperial elder had used a secret technique to send from the true, desolate Dao cave. It contained everything that had happened in the land of Coiling Dragon. Lin Tian had killed their clan's patriarch. Immediately, the 7 luminaries' empire's emperor was furious. He sent a group of experts to surround this place as quickly as possible. This person knew that the patriarch was dead. However, when Lin Tian walked out and did not see the ninth imperial elder, he asked angrily, "Guess." Lin Tianlong said, "The 7 luminaries' empire's patriarch was trapped and could not send the secret letter of the clan. He was blocked by the terrifying cave that was like a dragon's stomach. The ninth imperial elder lived in an ordinary place in the land of Coiling Dragon. He used a secret technique to send the letter into the clan, causing his eyes to be extremely cold. At this moment, facing such a group of experts, he quickly thought of how to escape. The middle-aged man in black stared at Lin Tian's expression and guessed something in an instant. My clan's ninth imperial elder is dead. Lin Tian's hands were hidden in his sleeves. His fingers moved, but there was a cold smile on his face. Dead. He died very tragically. Hearing his words, the 19 people were shocked. You killed my clan's ninth imperial elder? Damned beast. The 19 people were all furious. The ninth imperial elder was at the Grand Dao realm. They didn't want to believe that the ninth imperial elder would die. However, the true desolate Dao cave was different from other places. Now that Lin Tian had come out, the ninth imperial elder hadn't, which was enough to explain many things. Reading WWW1K. The most important thing was that everyone was closely watching Lin Tian's expression. They could clearly see that Lin Tian didn't show any signs of lying. All of a sudden, everyone was enraged. Their ancestor, who had been missing for several decades, had finally been found after much difficulty, but in the end, he had been killed by Lin Tian. And now, the ninth imperial elder, who was in the great Dao tier, had also been killed. The group of immortal, channeling cultivators who had accompanied him previously had obviously also died. This caused all of them to reveal extremely dense killing intent, and they wanted nothing more than to bite Lin Tian into pieces. Damn it! Kill him! Suppress him! Bring him back to the clan, and extract his spirit so that he can never reincarnate! The crowd roared. The 3 leaders of the half-step Great Dao realm were all middle-aged. One was dressed in black, one in brown, and one in blue. At this moment, all of them moved. At the same time, they pressed down on Lin Tian, causing the void to rumble. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. At this moment, he raised his hands and quickly moved them, forming formation seals. Activate! He shouted in a low voice. The formation patterns flashed, and a dozen chains of divine light suddenly flashed, wrapping around the wrists of the 3 people at lightning speed. Just now, while he was talking to the black-robed, middle-aged man and the others, he had hidden his hands in his sleeves and secretly engraved a dozen imprisonment formation patterns at a rapid speed, causing them to sink into the void. At this moment, he formed a seal, causing the dozen imprisonment formation patterns to appear at the same time, causing the 3 half-step Great Tao Realm cultivators to be shocked. Clearly, they had not expected this scene. "Let's go," he said in a low voice. The imprisonment formation patterns were too weak. He was only temporarily disrupting the 3 people to create an opportunity to escape. The Black Flood Dragon clearly knew what Lin Tian was thinking. After a roar, its demonic aura was immediately released, sending the other Immortal Ascension Realm cultivators flying. Its demonic body expanded by 100 feet. Lin Tian leaped onto the Black Flood Dragon's back. Instantly, the Black Flood Dragon turned into a bolt of lightning and charged into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the man and the Flood Dragon disappeared from the continuous mountain range. Damn it! The 3 half-step Great Tao Realm cultivators instantly shattered the imprisonment formation patterns around their wrists. All of them were extremely angry. "Yi Huashu won the sea after him," one of them shouted. The 3 of them soared into the sky, leaving behind the other Immortal Ascension Realm cultivators, and chased after Lin Tian. Lin Tian rode on the Black Flood Dragon's back. The scenery on both sides quickly moved backward, and a hurricane blew at his cheeks, causing him to feel pain. He turned his head to look behind him, and his expression changed instantly. The 3 half-step Great Tao Realm cultivators of the 7 Luminaries Empire were chasing after him. Their speed was not slower than the Black Flood Dragon's. How is this possible? His heart skipped a beat. The Black Flood Dragon's speed was comparable to an ordinary Great Tao Realm cultivator. Even Jiang Luo'en, who is said to be invincible under the Great Tao, could not catch up. These 3 were just ordinary half-step Great Tao Realm cultivators. Their strength was on par with the Black Flood Dragon. How could they catch up to the Black Flood Dragon's speed? He stared at the 3 of them, and his expression changed again after a moment. There was a strange talisman stuck on their legs. This is... His eyes focused. God-chasing talisman. The 3 of them could clearly see Lin Tian's expression. Naturally, they understood what Lin Tian was thinking. One of them said coldly, "We've investigated everything. We know that the beast following you is extremely fast. To prevent you from escaping, we specially brought the God-chasing talisman. With it, we can be as fast as the person we're locking onto with our divine consciousness. We don't even need to use divine power to activate it. You and that beast will not escape today." The God-chasing talisman on their legs flickered, causing their speed to be extremely fast. They maintained the same speed as the Black Flood Dragon. Lin Tian's expression changed instantly. He had heard of this kind of divine talisman before. Its value was astonishing. He did not expect these 3 to bring out such a divine talisman. He cursed in his heart and quickly thought of a countermeasure. The 3 of them were all half-step Great Tao Realm cultivators. They were not weaker than the Black Flood Dragon. If they fought head-on, he and the Black Flood Dragon might be able to resist for a while. However, they would definitely not be a match for them in the end. They would be suppressed and killed. Blindly escaping was not an option now. The other party had the God-chasing talisman. Their speed would always be the same as the Black Flood Dragon's. Moreover, it would not use up any divine power. On the contrary, the Black Flood Dragon's demonic power would be continuously consumed. When the Black Flood Dragon's power was exhausted, they would be suppressed and killed in the blink of an eye. Now, their only hope was the green stone in the stone ring. With the power of that green stone, it could definitely kill the 3 of them easily. However, the distance between him and the Black Flood Dragon and those 3 people was not much. Once he took out the blue stone, he and the Black Flood Dragon might die tragically. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use the blue stone. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out. Dense sword chi slashed from behind, interrupting his thoughts. He hurriedly dodged, but he was still injured by the power of this sword chi. A deep wound appeared on his shoulder. Roar! The black flood dragon roared and moved even faster. Waves of black light intertwined on the surface of its body like black lightning. It's futile. Behind him, chilling intents intertwined with endless killing intent. The god-chasing talisman on their legs flickered. Instantly, their speed became even faster, exactly the same as the black flood dragon. At the same time, dense sword chi slashed again, slashing towards Lin Tian and the black flood dragon. The black flood dragon quickly dodged. However, there were too many sword chi. The three of them were not weaker than it. Soon they were injured. Damn it! Lin Tian's expression was ugly. He quickly thought of a way to deal with it. The black flood dragon carried him and crossed mountain ranges. Its speed was extremely fast. However, the three people from the Seven Luminaries Empire were still following behind. No matter what, they could not shake them off. All of you can only die. The three of them had vicious gazes. On a plain, the grass was flourishing. When the breeze blew, the grass swayed together, bringing along a green wave. On the plain, an old man, a young man, and a young girl were walking together. The atmosphere was very warm. The old man's hair was white. He wore a golden robe and walked between the young man and the young girl. He had a kind smile on his face. Grand Ancestor, your spirit has finally recovered. The young girl held on to the old man and seemed very happy. However, she muttered after a while, unfortunately, it's only 200 years. 200 years is not considered little. The old man rubbed the young girl's head dotingly. His eyes were filled with love. It's been hard on you two siblings to go on an adventure in that mountain range. If any of you were hurt, The old man sighed. The love in his eyes intensified. He looked at the young girl and the young man. Don't do such things in the future. It's too dangerous. Yes, yes. The young girl nodded and said, however, it's not hard for us this time. It's all because of Brother Lin Tian that we can get the Kirin treasure medicine. When we only found one stock of treasure medicine, Brother Lin Tian said that he would give it to us. I know. You've said this more than 10 times. The old man smiled. Beside him, the young man seemed to be somewhat refined. He smiled and said, previously I was trapped in the immortal devil ancient vein and didn't know about Brother Lin. I didn't expect that during that period of time, Brother Lin's reputation in the Shang continent had already become so great. No wonder you were able to solve all kinds of dangerous situations in the immortal devil ancient vein. Hearing the young man mention this, the young girl nodded repeatedly. However, she immediately became angry as she thought of other things. Golden Fire Dao sect, Phaseless Immortal sect, and Dragon-Seeking family are all too evil. Golden Fire Dao sect has already been destroyed. Phaseless Immortal sect and Dragon-Seeking family should also be destroyed. This is too much. With that, the young girl wrinkled her nose and shook the golden-robed old man's arm. Grand Ancestor, we came out for a walk this time to find Brother Lin and help him bully those bad people. The golden-robed old man couldn't help but smile. Just like the rumors say, that young man is indeed very good. From the looks of it, our little princess seems to be moved. Boom! At that moment, an astonishing divine power fluctuation came from the front. 3 figures were chasing a man and a beast. Their eyes were vicious as they constantly swung their swords, causing the man and beast to be injured from time to time. The old man and the young girl looked up. Instantly, the young man and the young girl's expressions changed. Brother Lin! Brother Lin! Both of them were moved. Lin Tian rode on the black flood dragon. His entire body was stained with blood and his face was pale. He rode on the black flood dragon and fled all the way. The 3 half-step great Dao experts of the 7 Luminaries Empire relied on the god-chasing talisman to steadily chase after him. Moreover, during this process, They constantly slashed out deadly sword auras, causing him and the Black Flood Dragon to suffer heavy injuries. There were a few times when he was almost killed by the combined attacks of the three. At that moment, he heard a somewhat familiar voice and couldn't help but look up. He was instantly shocked. Ching Feng, little you? P.S. Thank you, Lemon Chi-Chi, for 10,000 traversing coins for your support. Thank you, Chi-Chi. Then, from tomorrow until the 27th of this month, I will update 3 chapters a day. The approximate time of the update is: the first chapter is around 8 a.m., the second chapter is around 12 noon, and the third chapter is around 17 p.m. Hope everyone enjoys reading. And time for lunch. Chapter 642. Genius 1 Second Remember, providing you with interesting novels to read. Lin Tian was slightly surprised. He didn't expect to meet Xia Qingfeng and Xia Xiaoyu in this place. He had a good impression of this pair of siblings when he met them in the immortal Demon Ancient Range. Xia Qingfeng was gentle and elegant, treating others sincerely and peacefully. Although Xia Xiaoyu was a little mischievous, she was very respectful to him. She kept calling him Brother Lin, which was quite likable. Clang! A beam of sword light slashed across the void, causing Lin Tian's expression to change. The black dragon flashed and quickly moved hundreds of feet away. Even so, the man and beast were still shaken. Lin Tian's clothes on his left shoulder were torn. A stream of blood immediately splashed out and fell into the void. Seeing this, Xia Qingfeng and Xia Xiaoyu's expressions changed again. "What are you doing?" Xia Xiaoyu said angrily. At this time, she saw that Lin Tian was covered in blood and his clothes were torn. She was furious. The 3 half-step great Dao experts of the 7 Luminaries Empire looked over. When they saw the Xia siblings, they were slightly stunned. Then they were moved. The prince and princess of the purple firmament. In the next moment, when the 3 saw the old man in the golden robe beside the siblings, their expressions changed. The purple firmament's grand ancestor. At this time, all 3 stopped. In the distance, Lin Tian was half squatting on the black dragon's back. Naturally, he heard the 3 half-step great Dao experts of the 7 Luminaries Empire. When he looked at Xia Qingfeng and Xia Xiaoyu again, he was a little surprised. Back in the immortal Demon Ancient Range, he already felt that this pair of siblings was very unusual. They always had a noble aura on them, so they definitely had extraordinary identities. However, he didn't expect that their identities would be so shocking. They were actually the prince and princess of the Purple Firmament Empire. Beside the Xia siblings, the old man in the golden robe looked at Lin Tian. His gaze landed on the 3 half-step great Dao experts of the 7 Luminaries Empire. "Why are you chasing after this young man?" The old man's words were very calm, but they carried a sense of majesty. It was the kind of aura that only a person who had been in a high position for a long time would have. It made the 3 half-step great Dao experts of the 7 Luminaries Empire tremble. "He killed our clan's grand ancestor, who had been missing for decades. He also killed our clan's 9th Imperial Elder and a group of Tong Xian clansmen," one of them said. Hearing this, Xia Qingfeng and Xia Xiaoyu were slightly taken aback. But soon after, the siblings both shook their heads. No. Xia Qingfeng's words were concise and simple. She believed in Lin Tian. Xia Xiaoyu was even more direct and said, "Even if Brother Lin killed your missing ancestor and caused the death of your 9th Emperor Elder and your accompanying immortal transcending clansmen, it must be their fault. Brother Lin is a good person. He won't kill people for no good reason." When Lin Tian was in the immortal devil ancient vein, he even saved some strangers. When he found a Qilin treasure medicine, he was willing to give it to them. When he found a pile of Lingjing, he even took the initiative to give it to the other 2. He even let her cultivate with the Lingjing. How could such a person kill people for no reason? Hearing Xia Qingfeng's words and how Xia Xiaoyu addressed Lin Tian, The expressions of the three people from the seven luminaries' empire changed. The princess of the Purple Cloud's empire actually called Lin Tian Brother Lin. This clearly showed that the two were very close. The golden-robed old man moved his gaze and landed on Lin Tian. With a gentle smile, he said, "Young friend, can you tell me about it?" Lin Tian recovered from his shock. He was a little touched by the Xia siblings' absolute trust in him. At this time, the golden-robed old man looked over and asked him. He was also very amiable, which gave him a good impression. He did not hide anything and simply told them about how the seven luminaries' empire invited him to save people, as well as what happened in the true wilderness Dao Cave. Immediately, Xia Qingfeng's expression darkened. Xia Xiaoyu was even angrier. She glared at the three half-step great Dao powerhouses of the seven luminaries' empire. "This is too much. How can you be so shameless?" The expressions of the three people from the seven luminaries' empire changed slightly. One of them said he's lying. He was greedy when he saw the treasures of a certain sect in the true wilderness Dao Cave. He was afraid that the powerhouses of our clan would fight with him, so he used a trick to kill our clan's extremely weak ancestor. He caused the death of our clan's 9th Imperial Elder and other clan members. He's a lowly demon. The three of them glared at Lin Tian viciously. The golden-robed old man glanced at the three of them, and his gaze landed on Lin Tian. With a faint smile, he said, "Young friend, come over here. They can't hurt you." Who was this old man? How could he not tell who was telling the truth and who was lying? Lin Tian was stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood what the golden-robed old man meant. "Thank you, Senior." He jumped down from the black dragon's back. The black dragon quickly shrunk its demon body and lay on his shoulder tiredly. It had used up too much demonic power to run all the way until now. It was also heavily injured, and its essence, qi and blood qi, were greatly depleted. Lin Tianyi was wary of the three people from the seven luminaries' empire as he moved. The Xia siblings quickly went up to him. "Brother Lin, how are you?" Xia Xiaoyu asked. "I'm fine. It's just a small wound." Lin Tianyi smiled. Xia Xiaoyu saw that Lin Tian was covered in blood and had many sword wounds on him. She immediately became very angry. The three people from the seven luminaries' empire were moved. One of them looked at the golden-robed old man and bowed slightly. He said, "Grand ancestor of the Purple Firmament Empire, this bastard has indeed killed our clan's grand ancestor, as well as the 9th Imperial Elder and the rest of our clansmen. We have been ordered by the royal lord to capture him back to the clan as an apology. I hope that the grand ancestor of the Purple Firmament Empire will not make things difficult for us and let us take him away." The golden-robed old man smiled faintly. He only looked in the direction of the Xia siblings, completely ignoring the three people's words. However, Xia Xiaoyu was even angrier. "You repaid kindness with ingratitude and injured Brother Lin so badly. Now you want to take him away." Xia Xiaoyu looked at the golden-robed old man. "Great ancestor, don't let them go. This is too much." Hearing Xia Xiaoyu's words, the expressions of the three people from the seven luminaries' empire changed again. The golden-robed old man smiled. He tilted his head and looked at the three people from the seven luminaries' empire. This action undoubtedly caused the three people from the seven luminaries' empire to tremble violently. The other party seemed to really want to touch them. "Great ancestor of the Purple Cloud Empire, our clan and your clan have minded our own business. The three of us are only chasing the murderer who killed our clan's 9th Imperial Elder and other clan members. It has nothing to do with your clan. You can't attack us." One of them said, "Are you so sure that it has nothing to do with us?" The golden-robed old man looked at the three people and said, "This young friend is very close to my grandson and granddaughter. He saved their lives a few months ago and even gave them a Qilin treasure medicine, allowing me, a dying man, to live for another 200 years. Tell me, does he have anything to do with the Purple Cloud Empire? What? The three people from the Seven Luminaries Empire were shocked. Lin Tian actually gave the great ancestor of the Purple Cloud Empire a Qilin treasure medicine. It was a Qilin treasure medicine that could extend one's life by about 200 years. It was a rare treasure that could not be bought even if one had the money. For a moment, the three of them were shocked. One of them took a deep breath and forced himself to remain calm. Even so, you can't move. Buzz! Divine light flashed, and the golden-robed old man attacked directly. He reached out his right hand and covered the sky, covering the three people from the Seven Luminaries Empire under his palm. Stop, you can't. Poof! 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 The golden-robed old man's hand shook slightly and crushed the three people on the spot. Only a mist of blood floated in the air. Not far away, Lin Tian was slightly shocked. This golden-robed old man was so powerful. He was at least at the 9th heaven of the Great Tao. He might even be at the half-step enlightenment realm. Humph! Xia Xiaoyu looked in the direction where the three people from the Seven Luminaries Empire died and snorted. The golden-robed old man tilted his head and walked over. Lin Tian stepped forward and bowed slightly. Thank you for your help, Senior. You're welcome. You're too polite. The old man personally helped Lin Tian up and said with a smile, Speaking of which, Qing Feng and Liliu were both rescued by Little Friend from the immortal devil Ancient Vein. This old man was only able to extend my lifespan by 200 years because of the Kirin precious medicine that Little Friend generously gave me. Being able to see the world for 200 more years is not enough to accept Little Friend's courtesy. Senior, you're too polite. Lin Tian on Dao. The golden-robed old man waved his hand with a smile. It's a coincidence. After I consumed the Qilin treasure medicine, my essence, energy, and spirit recovered to the peak. I wanted to come out for a walk with Qing Feng and Xiaoyu. We were talking about some things about you just now. Xiaoyu kept saying that he wanted to find you, but I didn't expect to meet you in the blink of an eye. It's really fate. That's right, fate. Xia Xiaoyu agreed. Xia, Qing Feng teased her, which was rare. Xiaoyu, you're too excited. Xia Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and kicked Xia Qing Feng. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. This pair of siblings was quite interesting. They were very similar to Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu. I've been out for a while and am preparing to return to my clan. The golden-robed old man smiled at Lin Tian. Little Friend, if you don't mind, how about coming to my clan as a guest? Yes, Brother Lin. Come to my house to play. It's quite fun. Xia Xiaoyu said. Xia Qing Feng also said with a smile, Brother Lin, let's go and have a seat. I've missed you since we parted last time. Lin Tian originally had some other things he wanted to do immediately, but the golden-robed old man had just saved him, and now he was sincerely inviting him to be a guest. In addition, the Xia siblings were also enthusiastic, so he naturally couldn't refuse and could only agree. That's great. Xia Xiaoyu was the happiest. The golden-robed old man smiled. Then let's go back. It's a rare harvest to find an esteemed guest on this trip. Hearing the old man's words, Lin Tian was rather embarrassed. At that moment, the four of them walked in the other direction of the grassland, chatting as they walked. They didn't fly in the air. Just like that, 3 days passed quickly. On this day, Lin Tian followed the three of them to a spiritual mountain. As far as the eye could see, a large mountain range crisscrossed like a dragon's spine. There was incomparably lush spiritual qi floating in the air. He raised his head and stared. At the center of the mountain range, a huge and vast divine palace lay horizontally. It had a kind of vicissitudes of life and also a bit of solemnity and majesty. This is the Purple Heaven dynasty. He was slightly shocked. This aura was really shocking. P.S. I recommend a high-quality historical novel, Brocade Spring and Autumn. Friends who like it can go and take a look. Chapter 643. Looking at the scene in front of him, the continuous mountain range was like numerous dragons lying on the ground, intertwining with each other. This caused Lin Tian to feel a little surprised. From the perspective of the dragon burial scripture, this place could be considered an extraordinary spiritual force. He didn't need to search to know that there were at least dozens of intertwined immortal veins in the depths of the ground, and the number of spiritual veins was uncountable. Please search Product Percent Book Yen Yen Net to see the most complete novel. Little friend, how do you feel? The golden-robed old man smiled. Lin Tian nodded. The mountains intersect like a dragon's spine, forming a natural forbidden spirit valley, making it difficult for the aura of the immortal veins and spiritual veins under the ground to leak out, and it can gather the world's spiritual qi, making the spiritual qi of this place more nourishing. In addition to some secret seals, this place can be said to be an immortal 1,000-spirit valley. The golden-robed old man's expression turned cold. Soon after, he smiled again. As expected of the owner of the complete dragon burial scripture, you're able to tell the various things about the mountain range where my clan resides with just a glance. You really live up to your reputation. I've said it before, Big Brother Lin is very powerful. Back in the immortal demon ancient vein, no dangerous situation can stop Big Brother Lin. Xia Xiao, you said. The golden-robed old man smiled. Yes, yes. Your Big Brother Lin is very powerful. Xia Xiao could clearly feel the strange tone in the old man's words, and he was a little angry. Great ancestor, you're making fun of me. The golden-robed old man laughed and didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Lin Tian. Little friend, let's go in. Yes, senior. Lin Tian nodded. The group of people walked into the mountains and soon arrived in front of the main gate of the ancient and majestic immortal palace. There were several powerful cultivators guarding it, and their cultivation bases were extraordinary. When Lin Tian came closer, he discovered that this place is more like a vast ancient city than an immortal palace. It's really similar to the imperial palace of the Northern Flame Empire in the First Heaven. Of course, in terms of scale, it's far from the same. It's like the difference between the heavens and the earth. He gazed at this ancient city. At the highest point of this ancient city, there was a strange piece of jade. The two large words, purple cloud, were engraved on it. The strokes of the words were like dragons and snakes, vigorous and powerful. There was even a faint hint of Tao intertwined on it. One could imagine that the person who had engraved these two words back then was at least a powerful existence at the great Tao tier or above, or even stronger. Outside this ancient city, there were several powerful cultivators guarding. All of them had extraordinary cultivations, and their qi and blood were vigorous. Obviously, they were all from the Purple Cloud's kingdom. Lin Tian came with the golden-robed old man and the others, so he naturally didn't have to worry about anything. The cultivators guarding this place were all very respectful, bowing towards them from afar. Then, someone opened the sealed imperial court gates. In that instant, Lin Tian felt an even denser spiritual qi rush towards him. It was much stronger than the 12 Tao gates. Let's go, Big Brother Lin. Xia Xiaoyu said joyfully. Lin Tian nodded and stepped inside. He saw many magnificent palaces, beautiful plants, and many strange stones. In short, everywhere he looked was extraordinary. Grand Ancestor. A few people came up to welcome them. All of them had extraordinary auras, and the weakest of them was an elite at the 9th heaven of the Ascension Immortal Realm. Then, a middle-aged man wearing a purple-gold dragon robe walked over. His cultivation was at the half-step Great Tao tier, and he had a kind of overwhelming majesty. Father, Xia Qingfeng called out. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded at Xia Qingfeng. Then he bowed slightly towards the golden-robed old man and also called out Grand Ancestor. Beside him, Lin Tian sized up this middle-aged man. He didn't need to think to know that this middle-aged man was probably the royal lord of the Purple Clouds Kingdom. As if sensing Lin Tian's gaze, the middle-aged man looked at Lin Tian and was slightly puzzled. This is... The golden-robed old man smiled and said, "This little friend is Lin Tian, the young man who saved Qingfeng and Xiaoyu from the immortal demon Ancient Range. He is also the person who gave me the cure and medicine." The middle-aged man was shocked when he heard this. Esteemed guest. The middle-aged man was indeed the current royal lord of the Purple Clouds Kingdom, and his status in the entire third heaven was extremely high. However, at this time he didn't put on any airs and sincerely expressed his gratitude to Lin Tian. A few months ago, not only had Lin Tian rescued Xia Qingfeng and Xia Qingfeng from the immortal devil Ancient Vein, he'd even given up a Qilin treasured medicine in the end, allowing the grand ancestor of the Violet Firmament clan, who was on the verge of death, to live for another 200 years. This could be said to be a great kindness, so even if he was the imperial lord, he still had to pay his respects. All right. The golden-robed old man smiled and said, "Let's go to the Purple Clouds Palace." The Purple Clouds Palace was the symbolic palace of the Purple Clouds Kingdom. Usually, it was a place only used to receive top guests. Of course. The royal lord of the Purple Clouds Kingdom said. Not long after, Lin Tian followed the golden-robed old man and entered the Violet Cloud Divine Palace. He was once again shocked by the grand palace. There was a boundless Tao within the palace, and he could feel that the surroundings of the palace were densely engraved with runes. There was a defensive formation, a hallucinatory formation, and a killing formation. It was not simple at all. Rumor has it that little friend is a sixth-order array manipulator or above. It seems that it is true. You must have sensed the various arrays protecting the Purple Clouds Palace, right? It's really extraordinary. You have to know that the arrays here are concealed by some special means. Ordinary seventh-order array manipulators can't sense it, but little friend noticed it as soon as he entered. The golden-robed old man obviously knew what Lin Tian saw and was a little surprised. At the same time, the old man didn't hide the various arrays protecting the palace. It wasn't a big secret, so there was no need to hide it. Lin Tian was very humble. "I just dabbled in it a little. It's not a big deal." "Little friend, you are too humble," the golden-robed old man said with a smile. "Please sit." Lin Tian nodded and sat next to Xia Qingfeng and her sister. The golden-robed old man and the Purple Clouds' royal lord sat opposite each other. Neither of them sat on the high seats. Not long after, someone brought in spiritual fruits and spiritual tea. They were all extraordinary. In this palace, the golden-robed old man and the Purple Clouds' royal lord were very polite. Lin Tian didn't feel unfamiliar at all and chatted with them for a long time. "By the way, little friend, your cultivation has reached the 9th heaven of the Zephyr realm. You should be entering the immortal realm soon. Before you pass the immortal ascension tribulation, if you need anything, just let me know. Although I am old, it shouldn't be a problem for me to help you pass the immortal ascension tribulation." The golden-robed old man had a gentle smile on his face. He said, "Also, with your talent, the immortal ascension realm is far from the end. You should go to a higher heaven region. When the time comes, remember to let me know. My clan's transportation array to the savage land will be activated at any time." Hearing this, Lin Tian showed a grateful look. "Thank you, Senior. This junior is already prepared for the immortal ascension tribulation, so I won't trouble Senior." Lin Tian said, "However, this junior really wants to go to the 4th heaven. At that time, I may really need to borrow Senior's clan's transportation array." "It's no trouble at all." The golden-robed old man waved his hand, glanced at Xia Qingfeng and said with a smile, "After that, Qingfeng should also go to the 4th heaven to gain experience. You can go together." Xia Qingfeng nodded, looked at Lin Tian, and said with a smile, "I'm looking forward to going to the 4th heaven with Brother Lin." "Me too." Lin Tian smiled. Xia Qingfeng's talent and strength were both very strong, and he was also a prince of a great dynasty. However, he was very gentle. It was naturally a good thing to be able to travel with such a person. I want to go too. Xia Xiaoyu echoed. Hearing this, the people in the hall were taken aback. Little princess, don't be in a hurry. Take your time. The golden-robed old man smiled and said, Xia Xiaoyu is only at the sea of spiritual sense realm. He hasn't even reached the airborne realm. How can he go to the fourth heaven? Although with the strength and heritage of the Purple Firmament Dynasty, they can use Ling Jing to push him to the immortal ascension realm in a short period of time. However, the Purple Firmament Dynasty won't do so. This is a covert condoning of the direct descendants of the Purple Firmament Dynasty to slack off, which is not a good thing. To be able to stand at the top of the third heaven, the Purple Firmament Dynasty is very strict with the direct descendants of the Purple Firmament Dynasty. Speaking of which, compared to the past hundreds of years, in the past few years, more and more people of the younger generation have gone to the barbarian land and the fourth heaven, and their aptitudes are getting higher and higher. The Emperor of the Purple Firmament Dynasty said. The golden-robed old man nodded and said, It's true. In this generation, there are indeed many amazing people in the younger generation, especially the brother and sister from a year ago. They are really worthy of being called geniuses of the ages. Perhaps they are even stronger than Qingfeng. The Emperor of the Purple Firmament Dynasty was slightly surprised. That brother and sister? Stronger than Qingfeng? Regarding Xia Qingfeng's aptitude and strength, the Emperor of the Purple Firmament Dynasty was naturally very clear. In the vast Qing continent, there were no more than 5 people in the same generation who could compare with her. But now, the golden-robed old man actually said that a brother and sister from a year ago might be stronger than Xia Qingfeng. This made the Emperor of the Purple Firmament Dynasty very surprised. He didn't remember seeing or hearing about such a pair of siblings in the Shun continent. You are the Lord of the Purple Firmament Dynasty, and you are busy with many things. It's normal that you don't know about them. Moreover, there are probably only a few people in the entire Shun continent who know about them. The golden-robed old man said, I found them next to the transmission array of my clan that leads to the barbarian land. You know, my place of seclusion is just near the transmission array. At that time, the brother and sister were using the transmission array to go to the barbarian land, and I happened to see them. To be honest, I was a little shocked when I saw them. The blood and chi of the brother and sister were like 2 burning divine furnaces, like dragons and phoenixes. This, the Emperor of the Purple Firmament Dynasty, was a little surprised. The golden-robed old man was very powerful, but now he praised the brother and sister like this, like dragons and phoenixes. There really was such a pair of brother and sister in the Shun continent. Beside him, Lin Tian was stunned. When he heard the golden-robed old man's words, he instantly thought of Baiziki and Baiziki. This made him a little excited. He couldn't help but look at the golden-robed old man and ask, Senior, the brother and sister you saw back then, were they like this? He briefly described the appearances of Baiziki and Baiqiu. Chapter 644. Lin Tian was a little surprised. Although he had already learned from the clairvoyant master that Baiziki and his sister had gone to the barbarian lands and arrived in the fourth heaven through the teleportation array of a certain dynasty, he was still a little excited to hear about the siblings here. Unexpectedly, Baiziki and Baiqiu had used the teleportation array of the Purple Firmament Dynasty. He nodded to the golden-robed old man and said, To be honest, the siblings are indeed my friends. Previously, I went to the immortal demon ancient vein to find Ling Jing to ask the clairvoyant master about the siblings' whereabouts. As expected, the golden-robed old man nodded. He had already seen through the changes in Lin Tian's expression. After a moment of surprise, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. How should I say this? As expected of little friend, Lin Tian's friend. Xia Qingfeng and Xia Xiaoyu were also a little surprised. Although they knew that Lin Tian had gone to the immortal demon Ancient Vein to find Ling Jing to ask the clairvoyant master some questions, they didn't know what Lin Tian was asking. It turned out that he was looking for his lost friends, and those two friends had actually used the teleportation array of the Purple Firmament dynasty to go to the barbarian lands. My clan and Brother Lin are really fated. Xia Qingfeng smiled. Lin Tian nodded at Xia Qingfeng with a smile. It was indeed quite fated. Then he asked the old man in the golden robe about other things regarding the siblings. Unfortunately, the old man's knowledge was limited. He had only met the siblings by chance and noticed that they were extraordinary. He had never communicated with them. Lin Tian didn't feel disappointed about this. After all, he had already learned a lot about Baiziki and his sister from the clairvoyant master. On this day, the golden-robed old man and the purple firmament royal lord chatted with Lin Tian until evening. Then, a sumptuous banquet was prepared. Many important figures came out and toasted with Lin Tian. After that, the banquet only ended when midnight approached. Then, Xia Qingfeng brought Lin Tian and personally prepared a place for Lin Tian to stay. On the same day, in a large hall in the Seven Luminaries Empire, how did those three die? The royal lord of this bloodline was furious. After receiving the secret message from Elder Juhuang, he sent 3 half-step great Dao experts to retrieve the soul-chasing talisman. But in the end, all 3 half-step great Dao experts died. Only the dozen or so immortal ascension realm cultivators who accompanied them returned safely. This we don't know. Someone said with a trembling voice, this was a yellow-robed man. He was the strongest of the dozen or so immortal ascension cultivators who had gone to hunt down Lin Tian. A few days ago, 3 half-step great Dao cultivators chased after Lin Tian with the help of the divine chasing talisman, leaving the dozen or so people behind. They did not manage to find the 3 of them. In the end, when they returned to the Seven Luminaries Empire, they learned that the soul lamps of life left behind by the 3 of them had been extinguished, indicating that the 3 of them were already dead. However, they really didn't know how the 3 of them died. You don't know. The Seven Luminaries' royal lord wore a dragon robe. He was a middle-aged man. At this moment, his eyes were filled with icy anger and murderous intent. His Seven Luminaries Empire looked down on Shun Continent. Now their ancestor, who had been missing for decades, had died at the hands of a little immortal ascension cultivator. The great Dao realm elder Juhuang and the other immortal ascension realm cultivators had also been killed. In the end, he sent 3 half-step great Dao experts and a dozen or so immortal ascension realm cultivators to block Lin Tian at the periphery of the true wilderness Dao Cave. They even brought along treasures like the soul-chasing talisman. But in the end, only a dozen or so immortal ascension realm cultivators returned. The 3 half-step great Dao experts who led them were all dead. The yellow-robed man trembled. He knelt on one knee in the main hall. His eyes were filled with fear, and he was trembling slightly. Enough! A hoarse voice sounded. An old voice came from behind the main hall. However, it was very cold and sinister. It was also filled with anger. He shouted in a low voice, in the end, the fault lies with Lin Tian. Capture that bastard. At the same time in the Xuanlong Jiang family, over the past few days, there would be angry roars from the Xuanlong family every day. Today was undoubtedly the most shocking day. Thief Lin. Bastard. Ancestor. Several important figures of this bloodline were furious. The killing intent outside their bodies seemed to be about to shatter everything. Not long ago, the soul lamp of Jiang Luo, and who was left in this bloodline, was extinguished. They knew that Jiang Luo and was dead, but they did not know how he died. After all, Jiang Luo and had been invited by the Seven Luminaries Empire to the true wilderness, Dao Cave, to save people. Later, they sent important figures to the Seven Luminaries Empire to inquire. They learned that it was Lin Tian who killed Jiang Luoan. Damn it! Damn it! The important figures of the Jiang family roared one after another, their eyes bloodshot. Jiang Luo, and as far as dragon-seeking was concerned, was the strongest person in their Jiang clan, and he was respectfully addressed as the dragon-seeking grandmaster in the cultivation world of Shin Continent. It could be said that he represented the face of their dragon-seeking Jiang clan. But now Jiang Luo and their dragon-seeking grandmaster had actually been killed by Lin Tian in the true desolate Dao Cave. What kind of loss was this? The entire Jiang family was almost crazy. Kill! Kill! Even if we don't have the complete dragon burial scripture, we must kill that bastard. The clan leader of this bloodline roared. Time passed very quickly. Day after day passed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian had been in the Purple Firmament Empire for 7 days. In these 7 days, the golden-robed old man chatted with him from time to time. When it came to cultivation, the old man was very generous. He searched for all his experience in cultivation without holding anything back. This made Lin Tian very grateful. At the same time, the Xia siblings took him around the Purple Firmament Empire, allowing him to know more about this bloodline. On this day, he looked at the blue sky and felt that it was time to bid farewell and break through to the immortal Ascension realm. Ah, you're leaving so soon. Xia Xiaoyu was a little reluctant. Xia Qingfeng also enthusiastically urged Lin Tian to stay a little longer. There are some things I need to do. If there's a chance, I'll definitely come and disturb you again. Lin Tian apologized. Time was very precious. He had already been idle in the Purple Firmament Empire for 7 days. He couldn't be so idle anymore. He wanted to go out and become stronger. The Xia siblings still wanted to persuade him to stay, but seeing that Lin Tian was determined to leave, they didn't say anything in the end. We parted to meet again. Don't mind it. We're all in the Shun continent. We can meet at any time. The golden-robed elder smiled, looking towards Lin Tian Dao. With little friend's personality, you shouldn't just sit still and wait to be oppressed. My clan cannot directly help you, as that would only provoke a great conflict. However, this old man can still provide you with some secret information. As he spoke, a beam of light shot out from between the old man's brows and quickly entered between Lin Tian's brows. Lin Tian was stunned at first, and then his body trembled slightly. At this moment, many things appeared in his sea of consciousness. Most of them were about the 7 Luminaries Empire. There were some secret strongholds of the 7 Luminaries Empire, information about some outstanding geniuses and high-level figures of the 7 Luminaries Empire, and even many things about the Xuanlong Jiang family and the phaseless immortal sect. They were all very detailed. Thank you, Senior. He bowed seriously, facing the 7 Luminaries Empire and the other 2 great forces. The things that the golden-robed old man gave him were extremely useful. The old man shook his head and smiled. It's my duty. Lin Tian nodded and thanked him again. On this day, he bade farewell to the old man and the Xia siblings. Under the escort of several people, he went to the main entrance of the Purple Clouds Empire. He bowed to the old man in the golden robe again and nodded to Xia Qingfeng and Xia Xiaoyu. Then he left. After he walked out of the mountain range of the Purple Clouds Empire, he rose into the air and shot into the distance. Soon he disappeared into the horizon. The golden-robed old man stood outside the Purple Firmament Imperial Court. There was a faint light in his eyes as he nodded secretly. Lin Tian didn't soar into the sky outside the Purple Firmament Imperial Court. Instead, he walked out of the mountain range of the Purple Firmament Imperial Court before flying away. This action seemed very simple, but it showed Lin Tian's meticulousness and also showed Lin Tian's respect for the Purple Firmament Imperial Court. Qingfeng, Xiaoyu, you must befriend this young man, the old man said. Xia, Qingfeng nodded. Great ancestor, Qingfeng understands. Brother Lin is very suitable to be a friend. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. After leaving the Purple Firmament Imperial Court, Lin Tian seemed very careful and cautious. He avoided places where cultivators gathered and went around some remote forests. Soon, he arrived in front of a continuous red mountain range. The God Burial Mountain. I'm here again. After finding the dragon burial scripture, I really have an affinity with this place. Lin Tian murmured to himself. On his shoulder, the black dragon raised its head slightly. There was a faint light intertwining in its demonic eyes as it looked toward the God Burial Mountain. Back then it was born here. Then it left with Lin Tian. Now it could be said to have returned to its hometown. To me and to you, this place has extraordinary meaning. Lin Tian smiled. He stepped into the mountain range. Soon, he truly stepped into the God Burial Mountain. As usual, the God Burial Mountain was full of red. However, when he came here again, he felt very familiar. He had to admit that this feeling was very strange. Shall we take a look at that pool? He asked the black dragon. The black dragon paused and looked in that direction. In the end, it shook its head. There was nothing to see. All right, Lin Tian said with a smile. He stood on top of a crimson mountain and stood there for more than an hour. After more than an hour, he was no longer just standing there. Dragon patterns flashed out from the soles of his feet and spread out in all directions. At the same time, he also moved. Step by step, he walked on the ground. Silver light flashed between his hands as he engraved the eternal killing formation and other great formations. Later, he would refine Lingjing in this place to break through to the immortal ascension realm. Once he reached the immortal ascension realm, the immortal ascension tribulation would immediately be suppressed. Now, he began to prepare for the tribulation. He was going to engrave the dragon burial formation and the eternal killing formation on this God Burial Mountain. At the same time, he was going to engrave some other great formations. As long as it was a formation or dragon pattern that was helpful for the tribulation, he would not hold back. He engraved them one by one. It was not until a full month had passed that he stopped. It's about time, he muttered to himself. In a month's time, he used the black dragon's demonic power to engrave endless dragon patterns on this God Burial Mountain. He engraved a total of 5 dragon burial formations and 30 corners eternal killing formations. He also engraved some other defensive formations. Making such preparations in this God Burial Mountain and relying on the dragon burial scripture, he believed that it would be enough to kill great path cultivators. He would be at ease for the immortal ascension tribulation later. In fact, the reason why he did not use the power of the golden-robed elder to pass the tribulation near the purple clouds empire was that he was worried that some clues would be revealed when he passed the tribulation. Although the Bai clan's ancestor said that only dead people and those who had reached the peak of cultivation could see his constitution, it was not a bad thing to be cautious. At the same time, although he believed in the golden-robed elder and the Xia clan siblings, it was naturally better not to expose any clues if he could. He took a deep breath and found a flat ground to sit down cross-legged. He waved his hand and took out a large piece of Lingjing. Suddenly, rich spiritual light flooded the surroundings, causing all the pores on his body to open up involuntarily. Begin. A ray of light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 645. Genius 1 Second Memorize. Providing you with wonderful novels to read. The Lingjing was piled up beside him. At this moment, Lin Tian could be said to be truly immersed in the Lingjing Ocean. The rich spirit energy surrounded him, making him feel indescribably comfortable. He had an urge to moan. He took a deep breath, and the 4 extreme scriptures started to circulate slowly. Suddenly, strands of silver light intertwined on the surface of his body. Buzz. Beside him, the light emitted by the Lingjing suddenly became blazing, like bright stars jumping around. He raised his essence, energy, and spirit to the limit. His divine sense was completely immersed in his body, guiding the spirit energy in his body to quickly enter his true essence. He seriously refined his true essence and obliterated the impurities in it. For a moment, the silver light intertwined around him. As he seriously refined the true essence in his body, it became even more blazing. He put his hands on his knees, and the 4 extreme scriptures started to circulate faster. Suddenly, the spirit energy in the Lingjing piled up beside him started to surge, like a large river rushing towards him. He was now at the 9th heaven of the imperial sky flight. With this cultivation level, he absorbed the Lingjing for cultivation. Naturally, the spirit energy in the Lingjing flowed faster than before. For a moment, the rich immortal spirit energy intertwined, enveloping his entire body. Not far away, the black flood dragon looked over, then looked around. It seemed to be very vigilant, guarding Lin Tian seriously. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. At this moment, strands of silver light intertwined around Lin Tian's body. His aura had become much stronger, reaching the middle of the 9th heavenly layer of the imperial sky technique. As for the 20,000 kilograms of spirit crystals that were piled up beside him, they had already been completely used up. This made Lin Tian frown. The 20,000 kilograms of Lingjing only allowed him to reach the middle of the 9th heaven of the imperial sky flight. So, to reach the immortal realm, I need to consume at least 60,000 kilograms of Lingjing. He muttered to himself in his heart. Thinking of this, he was speechless. This lousy physique actually burned so much Lingjing. If it were anyone else, it would probably take 10,000 kilograms of Lingjing to reach the connecting celestial realm directly from the body refining realm. But he had to spend so much. He circulated the 4 extreme meridians as he took deep breaths. After a few breaths, he finally calmed down. Thinking about it, the 50,000 kilograms of Lingjing he had obtained in the land of the coiling dragon should be enough for him to cultivate to the connecting immortal realm. Continue. He gritted his teeth. With a wave of his right hand, he took out 40,000 kilograms of Lingjing and piled it up beside him like a small mountain. Instantly, the spiritual energy surged toward him like an ocean. In an instant, Lin Tian felt as if all the pores on his body had opened up, and every inch of his skin was throbbing. Strands of Lingjing's spiritual energy entered his body through his pores, into his true essence, and into his flesh and blood. Buzz! He was not careless. He circulated the 4 extreme meridians even faster, guiding the spiritual energy into his body to refine his true essence. His divine consciousness was completely immersed in his body, and he could clearly see the true essence in his body changing. The change was very slow. In his eyes, his true essence was like a lake, and at this time the lake was becoming clearer and clearer. In the blink of an eye, another 4 hours had passed. In these 4 hours, the aura outside his body had been rising bit by bit, and it had reached the peak of the 9th tier. At this time, the 40,000 kilograms of Lingjing had been reduced to 10,000 kilograms. Continue. His eyes flashed, but his divine sense was still immersed in his body, guiding the spirit chi in his body into his true yuan, madly refining the true yuan in his body, causing even the tiniest impurities in his true yuan to start burning. He looked with his divine consciousness, and the true essence in his body was still silver. At this moment, it was jumping and vibrating violently like waves in the ocean. Then, gradually, he felt the familiar true essence, fluctuations begin to fade, slowly disappearing as another kind of aura quietly rose. This aura was stronger and denser than his true essence. Not far away, the black serpent dragon tilted its head, and a light flashed across its eyes. Its cultivation was very strong, and it could clearly feel that the true essence in Lin Tian's body was gradually disappearing. However, Lin Tian's power did not disappear. The disappearing true essence began to transform into a new kind of power, and that was divine power. Naturally, Lin Tian felt it more clearly than the black serpent dragon. Soon, he was pleasantly surprised. In his body, more than half of the true essence fluctuation had disappeared, and the divine power fluctuation was getting stronger and stronger. He gritted his teeth and forcefully increased his strength again, causing the 4 extreme meridians to circulate even faster. Buzz! Suddenly, the remaining 10,000 kilograms of Lingjing trembled, and the spiritual energy, light, became even brighter, as if it was burning. It turned into a silver river of light, and directly entered Lin Tian's body from his chest. Then his body shone brightly, as if he was enveloped in a cocoon of light. The light was so dazzling that it hurt the eyes. Then the aura in his body began to rise rapidly, and the fluctuations of his true essence became weaker and weaker. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 breaths, less than 15 minutes, 1 hour. In the blink of an eye, this state lasted for more than an hour. More than an hour later, Lin Tian's body trembled, and a powerful force surged out, creating a hurricane outside his body. He opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed past. At this moment, the true essence fluctuation in his body disappeared completely. Although the power flowing in his body was still silver in color, it was thicker than before. He stretched out his right hand, and a ball of silver light jumped out and wrapped around the 5 fingers of his right hand. It exuded an aura that was much thicker and stronger than true essence. "This is my divine power," he said to himself. The Lingjing that he took out was completely used up. At this moment, his true essence had completely transformed into divine power. At the same time, his cultivation was no longer at airborne realm level 9, but had entered the realm of immortals. He was pleasantly surprised. He had finally entered the realm of immortals. Boom! At this moment, the sky shook violently, as if a divine drum had suddenly been beaten. The sound of thunder shook the heavens and the earth. Endless thick clouds gathered, and the bright sky instantly turned dark. Dense lightning intertwined between the clouds, and the dull roar shook continuously, as if a supreme god had sighed. The oppressive aura instantly filled every corner of the God Burial Mountain Range. At this moment, the God Burial Mountain Range shook as if an earthquake had occurred. The scattered large stones suddenly shook on their own, and then they shattered. Lin Tian looked at the sky. Although he knew that there would be a heavenly tribulation, he could not help but feel cold all over at this time. He raised his head and looked at the sky. At this moment, in the endless void, dense dark clouds covered the sky. A huge whirlpool spiraled out, and thick lightning dragons shuttled back and forth. Each of them was thicker than a water bucket. His heart beat wildly, and all the hair on his body stood on end. At this moment, he clearly felt the terrifying power contained in the endless thunderclouds. It was as if it could easily destroy everything in the world, as if the blue sky was about to fall. He looked at the jet-black thunderclouds, looked at the sky that was filled with lightning, and looked at the huge vortex. He felt as though there was a pair of ice-cold eyes staring at him mercilessly, causing his soul to tremble as though it was about to shatter in the next moment. Not far away, the black dragon trembled. Even though it was half a step away from the great path, it was still shocked at this moment, and the scales all over its body stood up. Boom! Another thunder sounded, and the void in the sky shattered. The surrounding space became even darker, and one could not even see their own fingers in front of them. Moreover, at this time, not only did the God Burial Mountain Range fall, but even the nearby God-Down city became completely dark. In an instant, in the huge city, all the cultivators trembled, and their expressions changed. At this moment, everyone felt an extremely oppressive fluctuation, and everyone felt a tremble from the bottom of their souls. There was an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything intertwined in the air, as if a destructive god was about to descend. What happened? The aura of the heavenly tribulation? Who is going through the immortal ascension tribulation? Could it be in the city? Going through the tribulation in the city. Who would be so reckless? Are they crazy? But can the immortal ascension tribulation be so terrifying? Many people's hearts palpitated. Everyone looked at the sky at the same time, and then looked into the distance. Finally, their gazes stopped at the sky above the God Burial Mountain range. At this time, there was a huge black vortex above the God Burial Mountain range, as if it was the gateway to hell, and it was about to swallow everything in the world. In the huge black vortex, streaks of blood-red lightning intertwined and thunder dragons coiled around it. The destructive fluctuation could be seen with the naked eye, and it spread out in waves. It's there. Someone is going through the immortal ascension tribulation in the God Burial Mountain range. But how can the immortal ascension tribulation be so terrifying? It's impossible. It can't be. The crowd was horrified. According to the records in the ancient books, only when a cultivator entered the immortal ascension realm and his true essence and divine power were completely transformed would he attract the heavenly tribulation of the great path. At the same time, the ancient books also describe the power of the immortal ascension tribulation to a certain extent. The more talented a cultivator was, the more powerful the immortal ascension tribulation would be. However, such a terrifying heavenly tribulation was never mentioned in the ancient books. In the ancient books, it was recorded that the immortal ascension tribulation of an ancient celestial venerable was destructive, but it didn't seem to be this terrifying. Someone was horrified. Who is it? Everyone was shocked. A powerful itinerant cultivator who had reached the immortal ascension realm leaped into the air, wanting to see who was going through the tribulation in the God Burial Mountain range. However, just as he rose 10 feet into the air, his body suddenly trembled violently, and he was pressed down by an invisible force. With a bang, this person fell to the ground and coughed out a mouthful of blood. His vitality was greatly reduced, and he was almost half a step into the door of death. Such a scene undoubtedly caused the surrounding people to be terrified. The thunderclouds covered the sky, suppressing all living things. The 3,000 great paths in the unseen world don't allow anyone to leap into the sky at this time. Then who is it? The immortal ascension tribulation is actually more terrifying than the ancient celestial venerable. Everyone's hearts trembled. Boom! Rolling thunder rumbled, and blood-red lightning intertwined. Wisps of destructive aura flooded the ground. The God Burial Mountain fell. At this moment, Lin Tian's back was completely drenched in cold sweat. Originally, he had absolute confidence that he had spent a month preparing for the immortal ascension tribulation. However, at this moment, his confidence was shaken. This heavenly tribulation was far more terrifying than he had expected. Black Dragon, let's go. Leave this place immediately, he said in a low voice. P.S. Thank you, Big Gray's Gray, for your 5,000 horizontal travel coins. Thank you. Also, dear friends, please give me a few monthly votes to help little Tian transcend the tribulation. Chapter 646. The Great Tao Heavenly Tribulation could destroy all things. Although Lin Tian had long expected that his immortal ascension tribulation would be very terrifying, he did not expect it to be so terrifying. It far exceeded his expectations, and he could not help but tremble slightly. Under such circumstances, the black flood dragon could not help at all. If it stayed here, it would instead put itself in danger. The black flood dragon roared. Although it was frightened, it was unwilling to leave. It wanted to help Lin Tian resist this immortal ascension tribulation. Thank you, Lin Tian said in a low voice. However, his determination did not change. Leave immediately. Leave immediately. You won't be of any use if you stay. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and the rumbling was ear-piercing. As far as the eye could see, the blood-red lightning in the sky had become even more terrifying. Leave, Lin Tian said in a low voice. Also, don't fly. Remember, stay close to the ground. This was his heavenly tribulation. He had this feeling that, at this time, anyone who flew nearby would suffer. Leave quickly. He was almost roaring in a low voice. The black flood dragon's demonic eyes flickered. In the end, it chose to leave. It stayed close to the ground and flew out of God Burial Mountain. Although it was a half-step great Tao existence, it knew that Lin Tian's words were not wrong. Compared to this heavenly tribulation, it was too weak. If it stayed, it would not be of any use. Moreover, Lin Tian had engraved several dragon burial arrays and the 30-corner eternal killing array on God Burial Mountain. They could kill great Tao realm experts. Whether it stayed or not, it would not affect it at all. It stayed close to the ground and only stopped when it was out of the range of God Burial Mountain. It looked into the mountain from afar. In the mountain, Lin Tian heaved a long sigh of relief when he saw that the Black Flood Dragon had left. He did not want the Black Flood Dragon to suffer under the heavenly tribulation. He stepped on the ground, and his eyes flickered as he looked up at the sky. Boom! The pitch-black thunderclouds rolled, and the blood-red lightning interweaved. The muffled sound of thunder rang out continuously, piercing the eardrums of those who heard it. As far as the eye could see, there was a huge vortex in the sky that covered the entire God Burial Mountain. It was like a ferocious beast that opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow everything. It also looked like the legendary gate of hell that was opened and wanted to suck in the souls of all living beings in the world. Just looking at it made people's souls tremble. Lin Tian raised his head to look at the scene. Although his heart trembled, there was no trace of fear or panic on his face. On the contrary, the light in his eyes became even brighter. "Come on," he bellowed. In the sky, the thunderclouds trembled, and a shocking rumble resounded. At this moment, it was unknown whether it was because the heavenly tribulation had finished brewing, or because the great Tao had sensed Lin Tian's provocation, but the entire sky shook. A bolt of red heavenly thunder suddenly pressed down, descending majestically from the sky. Lin Tian raised his head fearlessly. This heavenly tribulation had indeed exceeded his expectations. However, he did not care about the power of the first bolt of heavenly thunder at all. He stomped his right leg on the ground and shook it. Instantly, a large amount of black killing light rushed up from the ground under his feet and rushed towards the sky from all directions. It intercepted the first bolt of blood-red lightning and caused it to explode in midair. However, the black killing light that rushed up also shattered into pieces. Then it turned into specks of black light that dissipated with the wind. Again, he looked at the sky, his eyes shining with divine light. His right leg lightly shook the ground, and a dense number of dragon-shaped swords rushed out from the ground and surrounded him, clanging and clanging. These swords were all summoned by him using the dragon burial scripture. The power under the God-burying mountain was enough to kill a powerhouse at the peak of the immortal realm. In the sky, thunder rumbled as if it was extremely angry. Boom! Dark clouds rolled, and blood-red lightning interweaved. Strands of lightning flickered and jumped. The second bolt of heavenly thunder directly struck down. Compared to the first bolt of heavenly thunder, the second bolt of heavenly thunder was undoubtedly several times more terrifying. Everywhere it passed, the void collapsed. Even the God-burying mountain shook. Lin Tian's eyes were like swords. Beside him, the dense number of dragon-shaped swords rushed into the sky. Swish, swish, swish. Crisp sounds were heard. In the end, the second bolt of blood-red lightning was shattered and disappeared in the sky in the blink of an eye. Outside the God-bearing mountain, the black dragon was not too far away. At this moment, it could still see inside the mountain. Seeing Lin Tian easily block 2 bolts of heavenly thunder in a row, it became relieved. Boom! At this moment, a dull rumble sounded again. The black dragon trembled violently. It looked up at the sky from afar, and its expression changed instantly. Its demonic body could not help but tremble. At the same time, inside the God-bearing mountain, Lin Tian's body trembled. He finally felt the pressure and the threat. Looking over, the third bolt of heavenly thunder appeared in the sky. It was a red bolt of lightning with a diameter of 30 feet. Its lightning body was filled with supreme chi that could destroy all things. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding void kept cracking. In the cracked void, silver spatial turbulence poured out wantonly and overflowed. However, before the spatial turbulence could completely rush out, it was directly shattered by the chi of the heavenly thunder and dissipated into nothingness. Terrifying! Terrifying! These were the only two words that Lin Tian could think of. Boom! After 3 breaths, the bolt of heavenly thunder trembled and slowly fell. A huge spatial crack suddenly appeared in the void. It was completely caused by the heavenly power of the red heavenly thunder. The space was directly crushed. The red heavenly thunder was like a terrifying beast that directly penetrated the entire space. Lin Tian did not dare to be careless this time. His right leg trembled, and he directly propped up the 5 dragon burial arrays. In an instant, countless dragon inscriptions flashed. Densely packed, large dragons rushed up from the bottom of the god-burying mountain. There were at least 100 of them, and each of them was dozens of feet long. They were mighty, and they all attacked the 3rd bolt of heavenly thunder in the sky. The blood-red heavenly thunder collided with nearly 100 large dragons, causing the surrounding space to shatter inch by inch. The large dragons were also shattered one by one. Cough! Lin Tian's body trembled, and blood gushed out of his mouth. An intense pain rose in his internal organs, as if they were about to shatter. At this moment, the heavenly thunder did not fall, but it merely collided with the dozens of large dragons that he had summoned. However, it still suppressed the destructive power through the dragon burial arrays, causing him to suffer heavy injuries. A lot of his blood and chi were shaken off. This caused him to clench his fists. Since ancient times, the number of heavenly tribulations had been 9. Now it was only the 3rd bolt of heavenly thunder, but it was already so terrifying. He simultaneously propped up the 5 dragon burial arrays to resist, but he was still injured. Break! He shouted in a low voice. The dragon inscriptions on the soles of his feet flickered. Although the 5 dragon burial arrays were not complete, they also shone brightly at this moment. They extracted the power that fell from the god-bearing mountain at a terrifying speed, causing the large dragons to become even more powerful. In an instant, the dozens of large heads roared as if they were real dragons. They quickly wrapped around the 3rd bolt of heavenly thunder and shattered it. However, Lin Tian coughed up blood again. His body trembled, and he felt as if his internal organs were about to shatter. He gritted his teeth slightly. It was only the 3rd bolt of heavenly thunder. It had not yet landed on his body, but it had already injured him again and again. This made him feel very uneasy. Boom! Just then, thunder rumbled in all directions. Without giving him any time to recover, the 4th bolt of heavenly thunder struck. Like an enraged heavenly dragon, wherever the 4th bolt of tribulation lightning passed, the void in all directions would crack and shatter completely. It seemed to fall very slowly, but it instantly appeared above Lin Tian's head and struck down fiercely. Lin Tian's expression changed drastically. The 5 dragon burial arrays were pushed to the limit by him. Endless dragon inscriptions interweaved, completely covering every corner of the space around him. At the same time, dense large dragons rushed up and surrounded him. In an instant, the 4th bolt of heavenly thunder collided with the dragon burial arrays. Crack! The crisp sound was so clear that it came from the sky. The dense dragon inscriptions shattered instantly. The 4th bolt of heavenly thunder appeared in Lin Tian's vision. Although it was much weaker, it was still terrifying. It was like a destructive god had raised his hand and struck a fatal blow. Lin Tian's scalp went numb. He moved quickly, summoning the immortal artifact, Stone Mirror, to block in front of him. At the same time, he supported the barren heaven realm, Divine Cry Palace, Sun Ocean, and Starry Moon Bright Moon to protect himself. Almost at the same time that he did all this, the fourth bolt of heavenly thunder struck down. Dazzling light flooded all directions. Crack! In the blink of an eye, another crisp sound was heard. The immortal artifact stone mirror shattered directly, turning into debris. Then the barren heaven realm, divine cry palace, and sun ocean were crushed one by one. Only the starry bright moon was still holding on, but it also shattered in the end. This bolt of heavenly thunder had become countless times weaker, but it still broke through the layers of barriers and mercilessly landed on Lin Tian's body. With a bang, Lin Tian was sent flying and crashed into a large rock not far away. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Most of his clothes were torn, and his body was stained with blood. Some parts of his skin were even charred black, and his flesh was badly mutilated. He had suffered unimaginable injuries. With his back against the large rock, he slowly fell. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth, and his entire body was in indescribable pain. He felt that most of his bones were broken, as if they were about to fall apart. Damn it! He gritted his teeth. Merely the fourth bolt of heavenly lightning had actually shattered 5 of his dragon burial formations, destroyed one of his high-grade immortal artifacts, broke through 4 types of king's territories, and then injured him so severely. Next, there were a total of 5 bolts of heavenly lightning, and each bolt would be more terrifying than the last. More terrifying than the last. This made the uneasiness in his heart grow even stronger, as if he had fallen into true darkness. Boom! A huge trembling sound came from the thunderclouds, shaking the surroundings. This rhythm continued for a long time, as if someone was playing an ancient war song in the thunderclouds. It was dull and oppressive, causing one's soul to tremble. Boom! Finally, the 5th bolt of heavenly thunder struck. No, it shouldn't be called one bolt. It was a vast expanse of lightning. Chapter 647. Genius 1 Second Remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. It was a terrifying scene and also a terrifying power. The blood-red lightning condensed into a palace that had never been seen before. It made Lin Tian's heart tremble. He only felt that his soul was trembling, as if he was in an extremely cold ice house in an instant. Literature, building, blood gushed out of his mouth as he stared at the sky. Activate! He gritted his teeth and shouted. With a buzzing sound, lines of formation runes lit up in all directions. Instantly, this area shook and was enveloped by a destructive force. A few tens of thousands of beams of light that were as thick as an arm shot into the sky, causing terrifying gales to sweep out and cause the entire world to become dim. At this moment, the complicated runes all glowed. An invisible killing intent seemed to make the world tremble. Facing the 5th lightning bolt, Lin Tian did not hold back. He directly activated the 30-corner eternal killing formation that he had previously imprinted. Crack! The void became fragile like paper. In the blink of an eye, a large part of it collapsed. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands, and the dragon runes under his feet flashed. He guided the power of the god burial mountain into the 30-corner eternal killing formation, causing the killing light from the eternal killing formation to become even stronger. It was as if they were killing immortals and demons surrounding him. The sonorous sound of swords rang out, and the surrounding space shattered inch by inch. The killing intent was terrifying. Slash! As he spat out the word slash, the dense sword energy immediately rushed up into the sky and collided with the blood-red palace. The two were in a stalemate, both with endless destructive aura, like 2 huge waves crashing together. Boom! A clap of thunder sounded, and the void distorted and the ground caved in. In the sky, the pitch-black vortex became even deeper, as if it was really a bottomless door to hell. At this moment, even more concentrated, blood-red lightning interweaved, causing the 5th heavenly thunder to become several times more terrifying in an instant. Lin Tian trembled violently and immediately retreated. blood gushing out of his mouth. He gritted his teeth and moved his hands quickly, activating the divine one soul incantation to make the eternal killing formation stronger. For a moment, the killing light released by the eternal killing formation became even more terrifying. Each killing light was like a sacred sword. However, the blood-red lightning was far more terrifying than he had imagined. With just a slight tremble, it crushed a large amount of killing light. Cough! Lin Tian coughed up blood again. His qi and blood were much weaker now, and he was forced to take a few steps back. However, this only served to strengthen the resolve in his eyes. The heavenly One Soul mantra began to circulate even faster. Immediately, the light of the 30 Corners eternal killing formation blazed to the extreme, and it completely exploded with the blood-colored palace. Boom! In an instant, a violent hurricane swept out, causing the void to collapse. With a bang, Lin Tian was sent flying, rolling far away on the ground. He slid close to the ground for more than 10 feet before coming to a stop. Blood flowed out of his mouth, nose, and ears. His eyes were in extreme pain, and his vision was blurred. Damn it! He gritted his teeth and struggled to stand up with his injured body. He had already expected his immortal ascension tribulation to be terrifying enough. He had spent a month to engrave 5 dragon burial formations and the 30 Corners eternal killing formation. With the help of the powerful force from the God Burial Mountain, he had thought that he could easily pass the immortal ascension tribulation. After all, with the methods he had engraved and the power from the God Burial Mountain, he could even kill a great path master. Passing the immortal ascension tribulation should not be a problem. But now the scene was completely different from what he had imagined. This was only the 5th heavenly lightning, and he had almost lost half of his life. He gasped for breath, and his hands and legs were trembling. Boom! In the sky, lightning exploded again. Without giving him any time to recover, the 6th heavenly tribulation had already struck. This was a destructive thunderstorm, completely covering the space within 1,000 feet. In an instant, the void was pierced into a sieve. The scene was terrifying. Lin Tian hurriedly propped up the 30 Corners eternal killing formation. However, more than half of the formation was shattered on the spot. Bolts of lightning fell, flooding the surroundings. The sky collapsed and the earth sank. With a bang, he was sent flying again, and blood dyed his whole body red. He lay on the ground miserably. More than half of his skin was charred, and his flesh was lacerated. One could even see the eerie white bones in his flesh. Wisps of black smoke floated up. With a slight movement, scarlet blood flowed out, and with a slight movement, a heart-wrenching pain came. However, Lin Tian did not dare to hesitate. He endured the intense pain and stood up. At this time, how could he have the time to hesitate? If he did not stand up because of the pain, what awaited him was only death. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and the dragon tattoo on the soles of his feet spread. Spiritual light flickered between his fingers as he endured the intense pain and made a seal. He opened some of the defensive formations that he had previously engraved. At the same time, the space between his eyebrows shone brightly, and the strange phenomenon in his sea of consciousness propped up. A large number of black and white lotus petals flew out, forming a sea of lotus petals that protected him like a divine warrior. Boom! 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 In the sky, bolts of lightning kept rumbling as if they were brewing a destructive attack. They did not strike down immediately. However, even so, the aura intertwined at this time was more than twice as terrifying as the 6th bolt of lightning. It made the black dragons outside the God Burial Mountain tremble, and the cultivators in the God Down City, who were further away, were terrified. Who is transcending the tribulation? How can it be so terrifying? How can it be? What's going on there? I can't see. The crowd was horrified. At this moment in God Down City, everyone could only see the pitch-black thunderclouds in the sky above God Burial Mountain. They could only see the blood-red lightning and they could only sense the aura of destruction. They didn't know anything else. They couldn't see who was undergoing the tribulation, couldn't hear anything other than the sound of thunder, and couldn't sense anything other than the sound of thunder and tribulation lightning. During this process, some strong cultivators used their divine consciousness to scan the area, but they were instantly sent flying by an invisible force, like the immortal reaching realm itinerant cultivator who had leaped into the void at the beginning. They lost half of their lives and could not stand up for a long time. The ground, cracks, cracks, someone pointed to the front. Everybody looked in the direction of the voice and saw cracks spreading out from the god burial mountain like a spider web. Although these cracks were not too big, they were slowly spreading in all directions and were about to approach the god-down city. Such a scene undoubtedly caused the hearts of the crowd to tremble in fear. Although the god-down city was not far from the god burial mountain, it was definitely not close. Even if a genius was transcending the tribulation in the god burial mountain, it should not affect the god-down city. But now the god-down city seemed to be about to be affected. There were already cracks approaching, and it would take at most a quarter of an hour to truly penetrate the mountain. Dong! The thunder shook again, mighty and mighty. In the god-down city, the densely packed cultivators all trembled, and their faces turned pale. At the same time, in the god burial mountain, Lin Tian felt a chill down his spine. He felt as if his throat was being strangled by a cold hand of death. He raised his head and saw that the 7th bolt of heavenly lightning had finally appeared. There was only one bolt, but it was like a millstone of death. Its speed was very slow, but wherever it passed, black holes would appear. It was a horrifying sight. The millstone seemed to be very slow, but it sealed all the surrounding space, almost imprisoning Lin Tian. Then, in the next moment, there was another boom, and the sky shook again. Before the 7th heavenly thunder really fell, the 8th heavenly thunder had already appeared. It was a field of thunderballs, each of which was about 9 inches in diameter. The glaring light illuminated the original darkness. However, this was definitely not a good thing. These dense thunder balls pressed down together with the millstone, and everywhere they passed, everything was destroyed. In an instant, the ground of the god burial mountain caved in again, sinking almost a few inches. Lin Tian could not stop trembling. It was not because of fear, but because his body instinctively reacted like this. The 7th and 8th heavenly thunderbolts actually came crashing down together. Damn it! His face was extremely ugly. This was simply not letting him live. Looking up at the sky, he gritted his teeth. I won't die. He moved his hands at the same time, enduring the pain, and formed a seal. The yin-yang lotus, sea avatar, faced it, and the remaining eternal killing array faced it. The defensive array also supported it together. At the same time, he took out another high-grade immortal artifact, causing it to emit immortal might. He obtained this immortal artifact when he destroyed the Golden Fire Sect. It was a treasured shield, and there were various seals on it. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the 7th and 8th heavenly thunder fell. In an instant, the destructive light drowned out everything. Smoke and dust rose into the sky, and the void collapsed. Nothing could be seen in that place, and only the ear-piercing sound of lightning could be heard. After an unknown period of time, the dust gradually dispersed, revealing a miserable scene. A huge crater was created on the god burial mountain. It was dozens of feet in diameter and 3 feet deep. At the bottom of the crater, Lin Tian's entire body was charred black, and his life aura was extremely weak. He was like a tiny flame in the wind, and his life was at its end. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth, and all the skin on his body was broken. His flesh was a mess, and one could see pieces of white bones. In some places, one could even see his internal organs. It was a shocking sight, and it made one's scalp tingle. Dong! In the sky, thunder rumbled, crackling nonstop, and an even more terrifying, destructive aura spread out. Outside the god burial mountain, the black dragon roared. In the end, it could not hold back. Its demonic might swept out, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed into the god burial mountain and appeared beside Lin Tian. It stared at Lin Tian, and its dense demonic power continuously surged towards Lin Tian. Its demonic eyes kept flickering. Ever since they met, this was the first time it saw Lin Tian in such a miserable state. He did not look human at all. Lin Tian lay at the bottom of the crater like a human-shaped piece of charcoal. His blood and charred flesh were completely sticky together. "Go! Out!" He opened his mouth, and there was no sign of life in his eyes. Blood kept flowing out from the corners of his mouth. Chapter 648. Genius 1 Second Remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Tian's body was charred black. Only his eyes could be seen. The rest of his body was festering. It was a horrible sight. Lying at the bottom of the deep pit, he did not even have the strength to move. He was hanging on by his last breath. The black dragon's thick, demonic power flowed into his body continuously. His injuries were getting better, but it was a drop in the bucket. "Out! Go! Go!" he said hoarsely. His voice was as weak as a mosquito. His vision was blurry, and only his mouth was still bleeding. Until now he had tasted true despair. The world had turned dark, and he did not want the black dragon to be implicated. "Roar!" The black dragon roared. The demon eye stared at Lin Tian. It had no intention of leaving. Lin Tian's mouth was bleeding. He trembled slightly. "Go!" the black dragon roared. The demonic power outside its body burned even brighter. It was like an ocean of demonic light enveloping Lin Tian. The demon eye stared at Lin Tian. It just shook its head. Humans had their dignity, while demons had their dignity. Back then, when it wanted to devour Lin Tian could have killed it, but in the end he spared it and did not take its life. From then on, it felt that its life belonged to Lin Tian. If Lin Tian had not shown mercy, it would have died long ago. Now that Lin Tian was in trouble, it did not want to leave. It did not want to abandon its righteousness. It was not only for Lin Tian, but also for itself, for its dignity. Dong! Suddenly, a silent sound rang out, shaking the entire sky. Thunder clouds surged in the sky above the burial god mountain. The huge black vortex rumbled and surged. For a moment, the blood-red lightning shook. The sky seemed to be collapsing. Huge silver cracks appeared. Dong! Another thunder rang out. With the burial god mountain as the center, the space within a few hundred miles turned completely dark. At this moment, an extremely oppressive aura began to spread. It made all the living beings in the Shang continent palpitate. Even the old ancestors of the three empires changed their expressions. They all felt an inexplicable fear. What happened? This aura, what's going on? This. At this time, the creatures outside the God-down city could not see the situation on the God Burial Mountain, but they were all terrified. Everyone could feel the pressure of the aura of destruction. An unknown domain had descended upon the third heaven. Almost at the same time, in the depths of the immortal demon ancient vein, a pair of blue eyes suddenly opened and looked in the direction of the God Burial Mountain. They stared coldly at the huge whirlpool above the mountain, deep and emotionless. Humph! In the end, only a cold snort lingered in the air, causing the entire immortal demon ancient vein to tremble. Dong! In the sky above the God Burial Mountain, the sound of thunder continued to echo. Under the pressure of a truly destructive wave, it spread in all directions. Huge cracks spread out along the surface of the God Burial Mountain and eventually extended into the God-down city, causing many pavilions to collapse in an instant. This retreat. Quick, let's go. Someone shuddered. At this time, when they saw this scene, many people's faces turned pale, lacking the slightest bit of color. They all backed up in panic. Dong! Thunder rumbled. At this moment, the entire God Burial Mountain shook uncontrollably, and the ground sank inch by inch. Lin Tian lay at the bottom of the deep pit. Because the black dragon's demonic power had barely recovered, he said to the black dragon again, "Let's go!" The ninth heavenly thunder hadn't struck yet, but just from the destructive aura alone, he could feel how terrifying the last heavenly thunder was. It wasn't something that the black dragon, who was half a step away from the great Tao realm, could withstand. He was very weak, and he repeated, "Go, quick, Dong!" Another thunder sounded. In the sky, in the pitch-black whirlpool, blood-red lightning intertwined and fell in large amounts. The terrifying wave pressed down, and the god-burial mountain trembled again. Roar! A roar sounded, and a murderous aura surged out. Literature building. The black dragon stared at the sky and roared. Its monster body enlarged by more than 10 feet, and its scales were pitch black. It blocked in front of Lin Tian, opened its mouth, and spat out a large amount of black light, rushing toward the falling blood-red lightning. The black light was very strong and shocking. Unfortunately, it was too weak compared to the blood-red lightning. Chi! With a crisp sound, the murderous black light directly shattered, and the blood-red lightning fell, steadily striking the black dragon's monster body. With a poof, a large amount of blood instantly exploded, and blood splattered in the void. The black dragon trembled violently, and its monster body was instantly covered with cracks. It couldn't help but shake, but it still blocked in front of Lin Tian. Boom! 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 Thunder roared, and blood-red lightning fell one after another. The black dragon roared wildly, and a murderous aura surrounded its body. It blocked in front of Lin Tian and attacked the blood-red lightning. However, its power was ultimately limited. The murderous aura was shattered again and again, and the blood-red lightning fell on its body again and again. For a time, bright red monster blood exploded, and the cracks on its monster body increased. In the blink of an eye, its entire monster body was stained with blood. Lin Tian lay at the bottom of the deep pit, seeing the monster blood splattering. His pupils couldn't help but twitch. Quick, go! With the black dragon's power, how could it withstand such a heavenly tribulation? Moreover, this was not the real ninth heavenly thunder, but the scattered light before the ninth heavenly thunder actually fell. Roar! The black dragon roared in response. It still had no intention of leaving, and used its monster body to protect Lin Tian behind the lightning. Boom! In the sky, thunder roared wildly and more lightning fell. The black dragon couldn't help but tremble. The blood-red lightning struck its body again and again, exploding into glaring blood. However, it still firmly stood in front of Lin Tian, blocking the falling light for Lin Tian. After dozens of breaths, when the last blood-red lightning struck, it finally flew out with a bang and rolled dozens of feet away. The monster body trembled, and it struggled to get up again. Unfortunately, it couldn't get up no matter how hard it tried. Only blood stained its entire monster body, and its aura became even weaker than Lin Tian's. Lin Tian lay at the bottom of the deep pit. He moved his gaze with difficulty and looked in the direction where the black dragon fell. His charred and tattered body immediately trembled violently. In his field of vision, the black dragon's body was full of cracks. Most of its scales had fallen off, and its flesh was even more severely charred than his. Its bones were exposed, and blood kept flowing out of its mouth. It was already on the verge of death. Looking at this scene, his body trembled uncontrollably. Back then, when the black dragon wanted to devour him, he only felt that it was a pity to kill it because it had a trace of the true dragon's bloodline, so he let it go. However, he didn't expect that after that, when he killed the phaseless immortal sex people at the god burial mountain. The black dragon directly came out to help and then left with him. When Jian Luowen offered a generous temptation, it still followed him. It didn't abandon him even when he was in danger several times. Now, in front of the destructive heavenly tribulation, even though it knew that it was powerless to resist, it still used its own monster body to support a defensive wall. In the end, it ended up like this, even more miserable than him. Obviously, the black dragon could leave. Dong! Thunder sounded again, and another blood-red lightning struck down. It was still the scattered light of tribulation before the 9th heavenly tribulation fell. Lin Tian stared at the blood-red lightning striking down. His chest rose and fell violently, and a wave of anger and hatred surged up like the waves of the sea. Ah! He let out a roar, and his eyes were full of destructive intent. Wang! In an instant his abdomen lit up, and a bright, divine diagram was drawn, jumping with divine and holy light. With a crisp sound, the divine diagram shook and shattered the blood-red lightning on the spot, turning into a ray of blood light and dissipating. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He endured the intense pain, slapped the ground with his right hand, and flipped over. Damn it! He roared wildly, grabbed the divine diagram in front of him, and threw it directly toward the dark vortex in the sky. The divine diagram drew a ray of divine light and instantly disappeared into the dark vortex. In the next instant, the huge pitch-black whirlpool trembled violently, and a clear crack appeared on it. Lin Tian moved his gaze and landed on the black dragon in the distance. He endured the pain of his broken body and walked over step by step, blood flowing out continuously. He came to the black dragon's side and waved his right hand that was charred black and stained with blood. Suddenly, about 5,000 kilograms of Lingjing flew out and surrounded the black dragon. The rich Lingjing spiritual energy enveloped the surroundings to relieve the black dragon's injury. Dong! Thunder sounded again, and it was the most ear-piercing. The entire god burial mountain trembled even more violently, and the ground sank inch by inch. At this moment, the world became even darker. In the sky, there was a crack in the huge vortex. At this moment, a blood-red lightning dragon rushed out of it. Just the dragon's head was as big as a house, and it was terrifying. In an instant, the waves of destruction were vast and mighty, enveloping the entire god burial mountain. The 9th heavenly thunder had truly manifested. Crack! 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 The void collapsed, and the ground sank inch by inch. In the entire Xing continent, countless living beings fell into fear and were unable to calm down. The 9th heavenly thunder, a blood-red lightning dragon, could truly destroy everything. Lin Tian stared at the sky and the lightning dragon. His eyes were ferocious like swords and knives. He raised his blood-stained hands and formed seals at a speed that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye. His charred black hair danced wildly like a god or a demon. Buzz! The light was dazzling, and a divine diagram rushed out from behind him. It was intertwined with holiness and vastness, like a boundless starry sky. Reincarnation diagram. Kill! He roared wildly, and the divine diagram behind him rushed into the sky. He was a reincarnated body, but his own king's region was very difficult to control. Like the divine sword in his sea of consciousness, he couldn't summon it normally. In the past, the reincarnation diagram had appeared twice, but it wasn't his own will. It was the reincarnation diagram that manifested on its own. But now it was different. He could summon his own king's region by himself, because he was very angry. Anger could sometimes make people do a lot of things. Anger could infinitely stimulate a person's potential. Boom! The reincarnation diagram was dazzling. At first, it wasn't large, but it soon began to expand. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a light diagram that was hundreds of feet in diameter. It rushed towards the sky, and the sacred and blazing light instantly lit up the surroundings. In an instant, the destructive power of the heavenly thunder seemed to have weakened, causing the cultivators in the distant, god-down city to be moved. The crowd looked at the sky and trembled. A light diagram appeared in the sky. It was sacred, majestic, and vast, as if it could split the sky. That is, someone shuddered. Chapter 649. Genius 1 Second Remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The divine diagram was vast and mighty as it slowly rotated, spreading out strands of resplendent light. It was sacred, bright, vast, and dignified, causing all the cultivators in the God-down city to be shocked and lost in thought when they saw the scene. Everyone's hearts trembled. This divine diagram was too extraordinary. Even under the pitch-black and terrifying thunderclouds, it was still so dazzling. It was like a wisp of fire in the darkness, allowing one to discover its existence with a single glance. The crowd stared blankly at this scene, and even temporarily forgot the terrifying impact of the lightning punishment on this divine city. Boom! The sound of thunder resounded through the 9 heavens. It was incomparably ear-piercing, as if it wanted to shatter one's eardrums, as if it wanted to destroy everything in the world. At this moment, a blood-red lightning dragon poked its head out of the huge vortex. It was as big as a house, and its eyes were blood-red. It fiercely collided with the divine diagram of reincarnation in the sky. Immediately, even more dazzling arcs of lightning intertwined and flickered, destroying an unknown amount of space nearby. Cough! Lin Tian coughed up blood. His skin was charred black, and there were even pieces of flesh that fell off. God Burial Mountain had already been destroyed by the ferocious might of the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, he stood at the bottom of a huge pit, looking up at the sky, his hands forming seals even faster. He used his origin energy to activate the divine diagram of reincarnation, causing the divine diagram of King's region to become even brighter and more resplendent. For a moment, it released an even more powerful force. Buzz! One could see that the divine diagram had become even larger. From afar, there seemed to be beautiful mountains and rivers, as if there were thousands of lands and thousands of forests, and as if there were endless stars flickering. It was strange and dreamy to the extreme. It completely enveloped the blood-red lightning dragon that came out of the huge vortex, covering it like a net of light. For a moment, the two collided violently, causing the space to crackle and shatter inch by inch. Lin Tian's body trembled, and he coughed up blood again. His eyes were ferocious, and at this moment his charred black hair danced even more wildly. He wasn't naive enough to think that he could block the 9th bolt of heavenly lightning with just the reincarnation diagram. That was impossible. At this moment, he shook his hands and formed another seal with a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. He summoned the 4 symbols seal, and 2 silver Tao diagrams appeared above his head. Then he used the divinatory divine spell to summon the barren heaven realm, the sun ocean, the divine cry palace, the starry moon, the primitive mountain, the divine weapon bell, the 9 springs divine sword, the heavenly Lord Doran's enlightenment place, the clover sea, and the bloody crack. They stood beside him like protectors, their light shooting into the sky. However, this was not the end. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet flickered as he stomped his right foot on the ground. In an instant, dense dragon patterns intertwined and drew out the boundless power under the God-burying mountain. The boundless power turned into black swords that soared into the sky. At the same time, he waved his right hand and summoned about 5,000 kilograms of Lingjing, piling it up beside him. Surging spiritual energy crazily poured into his body. Again, he roared. The space between his eyebrows shone brightly. He endured the intense pain in his body. Although his body was stained with blood, he didn't care at all. He supported the phenomenon in his sea of consciousness. In an instant, dense black and white lotus petals appeared and condensed together, turning into black and white lotus swords. The swords emitted a sonorous sound that made one's soul tremble. Reincarnation diagram. For symbol seal, dozens of divinatory divine elephants. Dragon pattern killing technique. 5,000 kilograms of Lingjing. Spiritual sea phenomenon. At this moment, Lin Tian used all the techniques he could. The 5,000 kilograms of Lingjing protected his body and acted as a source of energy. The reincarnation diagram and the others rushed into the sky and towards the terrifying blood-red lightning dragon. This was a kind of momentum. He used the dragon burial scripture to use the power of the god-bearing mountain to activate all kinds of techniques, which were countless times stronger than normal. At this moment, he didn't hold back at all. He used all his strength to launch the strongest joint attack. Dong! In the sky, a thunderous roar rang out, shattering the sky on the spot. Literature building. As if sensing Lin Tian's resistance, the great Tao was angry. The blood-red dragon really pressed down. The destructive aura instantly surged up like a tide, completely covering the entire god-burying mountain. It was as if the Milky Way was falling. Suddenly, the space collapsed and the ground sank. Crack! 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 Crisp sounds came one after another. The divinatory divine elephants of the barren heaven realm, divine roar palace, sun ocean, and other divinatory divine elephants exploded one by one. The four-symbol seal exploded, the spiritual sea phenomenon collapsed, and the dark light killing sword condensed from the infinite power of the god-burying mountain shattered. The reincarnation diagram, supported by the 5,000 kilograms of Lingjing, also shattered after a few breaths. However, the blood-red lightning dragon was also weakened to the bottom because of this. Boom! The lightning dragon pressed down. In an instant, the light of catastrophe was vast and mighty, completely drowning the entire god-burying mountain. A huge mushroom cloud rushed up, rolling and black. Wild winds intertwined in all directions, and there were electric arcs crackling in the middle. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the entire god-bearing mountain was broken into pieces. The originally red ground was scorched black, as if it had been burned by fire. It was like a ruin. Lin Tian lay on the ground. His flesh was charred black and his blood was sticky. Even more of his bones were exposed. He really didn't look like a human anymore. He still had the aura of life on him, but it was very faint and was slowly weakening. It was like a candle that was about to burn to the bottom. At this time, even if there was no light of catastrophe and the entire world was calm, as time went on, he would still die on his own in half an hour. At this time, the clouds that covered the sky retreated like the tide. The darkness disappeared and the world was bright again. Buzz! A 7-colored cloud silently condensed. Its light was holy and gentle, as if it was intertwined with an endless aura of life. In an instant, it descended from the sky and enveloped Lin Tian. Immediately, Lin Tian's anxious body trembled slightly. The 7-colored light wrapped around his body and entered him strand by strand. It turned into a cocoon of light that wrapped around his entire body. Peepa! 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 There was a light sound. His injured body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The charred flesh fell off and new flesh grew. It was as soft as a baby's skin. There were also strands of light intertwining on the surface. At the same time, his burnt head emitted a faint light. Under the 7-colored light, it recovered in the blink of an eye. Very quickly, a few breaths passed. Lin Tian, who was unconscious, shook violently. His eyes suddenly opened as if he had stepped out of the gates of hell. The first thing he did was to gasp for breath. He looked up at the sky. The huge vortex had disappeared and the world was no longer dark. A 7-colored cloud floated in the sky above his head. He was shocked again, and then he was ecstatic. He had once survived a tribulation when he was in the airborne realm. Naturally, he knew what this 7-colored cloud meant. It meant that he had successfully survived the tribulation. I made it, he roared in his heart and clenched his fists. The next moment, he calmed down. He did not have time to check his current condition. He hurriedly turned his head to the other side. Not far away, the black Jiao dragon was lying on the ground. It had already fainted. He had piled up about 5,000 pounds of Lingjing to help the black Jiao dragon stabilize its injuries. However, the effect was very slow. In addition, the black Jiao dragon was within the range of his tribulation. Although he was a long distance away from the black Jiao dragon when he resisted the 9th bolt of lightning, the black Jiao dragon was still affected and its injuries became more serious. He did not hesitate at all. He quickly got up and walked straight over. At the same time, the 7-colored cloud in the sky moved with him. When he came to the side of the black Jiao dragon, the light from the 7-colored cloud shrouded him and the black Jiao dragon. Suddenly, the black Jiao dragon trembled. The light from the 7-colored cloud poured into its injured body, and its injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a few breaths, the black Jiao dragon opened its eyes again. Its injuries were much better. Hurry up and use this 7-colored light to heal your injured body. At the same time, refine your demon power and demon body. Lin Tiandao. As soon as he finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged beside the black Jiao dragon and quickly absorbed the 7-colored light from the sky. When the light entered his body, not only did it help him continue to heal his injured body, but it also helped him refine his new divine power and stabilize his first tier, cultivation base. The black Jiao dragon shook its demon body, and some charred flesh fell off. It looked at the 7-colored cloud in the sky, and a trace of surprise flashed in its demon eyes. However, in the end, it was still at the level of half-step Great Tao, so it quickly calmed down. Just like Lin Tian, it earnestly absorbed this 7-colored radiance, healing its injured body while using this radiance to temper its demonic body. After the tribulation, the 7-colored light nurtured the power of the Great Tao. It was a real treasure of heaven and earth, comparable to a life-prolonging elixir. 1. Suddenly, the human and the Jiao dragon's bodies shone with dazzling light. Perhaps it was because Lin Tian's tribulation was very frightening. After the tribulation, the 7-colored cloud lasted for a long time. It took a full 15 minutes before it dissipated. After 15 minutes, Lin Tian stood up. His essence, qi, and spirit were shockingly strong. It was a world of difference from when he was at the 9th tier of the Zephyr realm. He clenched his fist slightly and immediately felt a surging power. There were faint arcs of electricity intertwining on his fist. He waved his fist gently, bringing with it the sound of wind and thunder. There was a crisp crack in the void. So powerful! He was secretly shocked and excited at the same time. Ever since he reached the Zephyr realm, his physique had not changed much. Now that he had reached the immortal ascension realm and survived the tribulation, his physical body had once again changed by leaps and bounds. At this moment, he carefully sensed his physical body. He felt that he could easily shatter the void with a punch. In terms of physique alone, he was no weaker than a cultivator at the peak of the immortal ascension realm. At the same time, he found that his spiritual sense had expanded by more than 10 times. His divine sense had become purer and stronger. In the meantime, the yin-yang lotus sea swayed, and the radiance of yin and yang became more intense. He took a deep breath and immersed his divine sense into his body. For a moment, he saw the surging divine power. The silver light was dazzling like a surging yellow river. It was shockingly powerful. Great! He could not help but exclaim. At this moment, he clearly felt his strength. After surviving the tribulation, he had made great progress in all aspects. This was an extreme transformation. Chapter 650. Genius 1 Second Memory, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Heavenly tribulation was very terrifying. It was a destructive disaster sent down by the 3,000 great Taos, destroying all tangible substances. It was the most terrifying disaster on the path of cultivation. However, such a natural disaster also had unimaginable benefits. Once one passed it, they would be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, and the benefits would be unimaginable. The more terrifying the heavenly tribulation was, the greater the benefits after passing it. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. After a moment, he calmed down and looked at the black flood dragon. At this time, the black flood dragon also happened to finish tempering its demonic body with the seven-colored light. Its shattered scales were completely reborn, and there were strands of sparkling luster on the surface of its scales. Clearly, it had obtained a lot of benefits from the seven-colored light after Lin Tian's tribulation. "How is it?" Lin Tian asked. The black flood dragon shrunk its demonic body and landed on his shoulder, saying, "My demonic power and demonic body are much stronger, and my cultivation has also improved slightly." Lin Tian nodded and looked around. At this time, God Burial Mountain was almost completely destroyed. The entire God Burial Mountain was in pieces, and the ground was charred black. It had sunk by at least 10 feet, and there were pits of different sizes. He tilted his head, and his gaze landed on the black flood dragon on his shoulder. His sea of consciousness shone, and his powerful divine sense swept past like a breeze. "You were originally half a step into the great Tao realm, but now you have reached another critical point. If you advance a little more, your strength should be able to improve greatly." His eyes flashed, and he said, "Let's go to another place to improve your cultivation." There were still some Ling Jing on the ground. He waved his hand and put them away. Then he left from another direction of God Burial Mountain. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the distance. At this time, the God Down City was full of cracks, and many pavilions had collapsed. Many cultivators retreated far away from the city, and all of them had fear on their faces. At this moment, after the world regained its light, many people trembled again and looked up at the sky. The thunder clouds disappeared, the huge vortex disappeared, and the resplendent divine diagram also disappeared. Only a faint aura of destruction still floated between heaven and earth. "It's over," someone asked. The group of cultivators looked at each other for a long time. Finally, some of the more courageous ones flew several meters into the air. After confirming that nothing was going to happen, they went higher and looked in the direction of God Burial Mountain. With someone taking the lead, more and more cultivators gradually rose into the air and cast their gazes towards the God Burial Mountain range. The moment they saw it, they all trembled. As far as the eye could see, the God Burial Mountain had been torn apart. It was in ruins. Potholes could be seen everywhere. The surface of the mountain was scorched black as if it had been burned by a destructive flame. More than half of the scarlet mountain ridges had been destroyed, turning the mountain into ruins. This God Burial Mountain has fallen. A ominous place in Shenzhou was destroyed. Seeing the scene in front of them, the crowd felt their scalps go numb. The God Burial Mountain fall was as famous as the immortal demon Ancient Vein and the true desolate Tao Cave. It was one of the 3 great ominous regions of the Prosper Continent. Countless experts had died there, and even quite a few great Tao realm existences had died there. Its ferocious reputation spread throughout the Prosper Continent, and there weren't many who weren't afraid of it. But now, such an ominous and dangerous place was actually destroyed by the heavenly tribulation, just like that. An immortal ascension tribulation had destroyed a peerless, ominous place. This, just now, who was transcending the tribulation there. The immortal ascension tribulation of the ancient celestial venerables was nothing more than this, right? No, it's definitely not that terrifying. Then, who transcended the tribulation? Did he succeed or fail? This, many people's hearts trembled. Since the beginning of the heavenly tribulation, endless thick clouds covered the sky and suppressed all living things. No one nearby could see what was going on inside the God Burial Mountain range. No one knew who was transcending the tribulation, or if he succeeded. At this moment, all they could see was the scorched black land, the broken mountain ridges, and wisps of destructive aura intertwined in the air. Other than that, there was nothing. He should have failed. Who can withstand such a heavenly tribulation? He's definitely dead. But What kind of monster is this? He could attract such a terrifying, heavenly tribulation. This is like offending the heavens. Someone murmured. Lin Tian and the Black Dragon left the direction of the God Burial Mountain Range. Not long after, they entered an ordinary old forest far away and found a very hidden place. After setting up a few sealing arrays, he waved his hand and piled up all the lingjing in the stone ring. There were still about 30,000 kilograms. After refining this lingjing, your strength should be able to improve further, he said to the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon's cultivation was at the half-step Great Tao realm. Relying on the seven-colored light after the tribulation, his cultivation had improved a little and reached a critical point. Now, with the support of 30,000 kilograms of lingjing, he should be able to take a big step forward in the half-step Great Tao realm and the Great Tao realm. After all, although the Black Flood Dragon's cultivation was much higher than his physique was far from being comparable to his. Hence, he wouldn't need to consume spiritual crystals like he did. 30,000 caddies of spiritual crystals was enough to help the Black Flood Dragon improve his strength. You stay and break through to the second tier of the Immortal Ascension realm, the Black Dragon said. Lin Tian shook his head. If I want to break through to the second tier of the Immortal Ascension realm, 30,000 kilograms of lingjing is far from enough. In the future, I will slowly search for it. Now, you will refine this lingjing. He roughly estimated that if he wanted to reach the second tier of the Immortal Ascension realm from the first tier of the Immortal Ascension realm, he would need about 500,000 kilograms if he completely relied on lingjing. This was an astronomical figure. He estimated that even the three dynasties and the Xuanlong Jiang family would find it difficult to take out 500,000 kilograms of lingjing. 500,000 kilograms of lingjing was no joke. Let's begin, he said to the Black Dragon. In the end, the Black Dragon did not decline. It leaped into the pile of lingjing and began to refine the 30,000 kilograms of lingjing. Lin Tian stood in the distance and silently protected the Black Dragon. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. A day later, the 30,000 kilograms of lingjing were all refined by the Black Dragon. How about now? Lin Tian looked at the Black Dragon. At this time, he could feel that the Black Dragon's aura had become more condensed, and the light on its scales had become more crystalline. Half step to the peak of the Great Path. Only a small step away from the Great Path level, the Black Dragon said telepathically. Slightly stronger than Jiang Luo and back then. Lin Tian nodded. This improvement was exactly as he had expected. He removed the ceiling formation and tilted his head to look out of the forest. A light flashed across his eyes. It's time to go out for a walk. The Black Dragon did not say anything else. Its demonic body shrunk and landed on Lin Tian's shoulder again. Lin Tian did not stay in this place. He rose into the air and directly ascended into the void. With one step, he crossed dozens of feet. With the next step, he left the range of the old forest. His speed was so fast that it was as if he was teleporting. He cultivated the unparalleled movement technique, the Yin-Yang Hua. As his strength grew, his control of the Yin-Yang Hua also became more skillful. He had now reached the 5th tier of the 9th tier of the Yin-Yang Hua. The 9th tier of the Yin-Yang Hua is said to be able to cross thousands of miles of mountains and rivers with one step. It is truly the fastest speed in the world. I wonder when I can reach that level, he muttered to himself. If he could cultivate the Yin-Yang Hua to the 9th tier, he could dominate the world with just his speed alone. He could cross thousands of miles of mountains and rivers with one step. If he had that kind of speed, who in the world could stop him? He took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. It was too early to think about that now. The 9th tier of the Yin-Yang Hua was not so easy to reach. He stepped on the void and walked, crossing dozens of feet with one step. Soon he crossed mountains and rivers and arrived at some places where the cultivators gathered. Then he heard some discussions and knew some other things. During this period of time, the Seven Luminaries Empire and the Xuanlong Jiang family had been hunting him all over the world, searching for his whereabouts. Especially the Seven Luminaries Empire. They had already searched thousands of forests and hundreds of mountains, posting bounties everywhere. As long as someone could provide his whereabouts, they would be rewarded with 10 kilograms of lingjing. If they could take his head, they would be rewarded with 10 kilograms of lingjing. If they could capture him alive and bring him back to the Seven Luminaries Empire, they would be rewarded with 20 kilograms of lingjing. The most I'm worth is 20 kilograms of lingjing. Isn't that too cheap? Lin Tian's lips curled up slightly. On this day, he stepped on the void and did not hide. Soon, he arrived above the Tomb Palace city. That is Lin Tian. The Seven Luminaries Empire is searching for him all over the world. He dares to appear like this. Really, many people were shocked. Lin Tian. This beast. Kill him. Tomb Palace City was the #1 city in the Shang continent. The Seven Luminaries Empire naturally had some strongholds here, with powerhouses guarding them. At this moment, the Seven Luminaries powerhouses guarding here noticed Lin Tian and immediately roared. 7 Immortal Ascension powerhouses rushed into the air and headed toward Lin Tiansha. Lin Tiantan smiled coldly and tilted his head to look at the black dragon on his shoulder. The black dragon lowered its head. Without enlarging its body, it opened its mouth, and a black light filled with murderous intent pressed down on those people. Puff! 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 The 7 Immortal Ascension, 5th Firmament cultivators did not even have time to scream before they exploded in the air. Instantly, the hearts of everyone in Old Fong City trembled, and they revealed fearful expressions. Rumor has it that this ruthless person has a half-step great Tao demon by his side. It's true, and this seems to be much stronger than ordinary half-step great Taos. Someone shuddered. Lin Tian stood in the sky and looked down at the people in Tomb Palace City. Everyone in the Shang continent knows about the conflict between the Xuanlong family and I, Lin Tian. It's nothing more than the Jiang family wanting to seize the complete dragon burial scripture from me. Of course, the people they send out all died in the end. He looked at the crowd and continued, Now you may be very confused. Why is the Seven Luminaries Empire also chasing after me? As soon as he said this, everyone in Tomb Palace City was moved. Indeed, these people were very curious. Why was the Seven Luminaries Empire also chasing after Lin Tian? How did Lin Tian offend the Seven Luminaries Empire? The corners of Lin Tian's mouth curled up slightly. He raised his hand and formed a divine sense engraving, including the scene when the Seven Luminaries Empire first invited him to the true wilderness, Tao, cave to save people, how he led the 9th Emperor Elder and the others to escape from various dangerous situations in the true wilderness, Tao cave, how he rescued the clan's ancestor who had been trapped for decades. Naturally, it also included the scene when the Seven Luminaries clan's ancestor wanted to seize his body as soon as he escaped, and how the 9th Emperor Elder and the others helped their ancestor to seize his body. This is the Seven Luminaries Empire. This is why they want to kill me. Now that he had reached the Immortal Ascension realm, his divine sense C was more than 10 times vaster, and his divine sense power was also more than 10 times stronger. It was naturally no longer difficult for him to form a divine sense engraving and present what had happened to others in the form of a divine sense brand. He could do it with a raise of his hand. Instantly, all the cultivators in this place were shocked. This, no way. The Seven Luminaries Empire is actually so shameless. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 651. Hearing Lin Tian's words and seeing Lin Tian's divine sense carving, everyone in Muyong City had a change of expression. This, the Seven Luminaries Empire, one of the 3 strongest forces in Shang continent, looked down on Shang continent. Their 9th Grand Elder asked Lin Tian to go to the true wilderness cave to save someone. Lin Tianyi brought everyone out from the jaws of death time and time again, rescuing this clan's grand elder who had been trapped for decades. But in the end, the ninth grand elder and the others actually immediately helped their clan's grand elder seize Lin Tian's physical body, just because that grand elder was worried that it would be difficult for his cultivation to recover to its peak after losing his physical body. This is too much. So this is the reason why the Seven Luminaries Empire hunted down Lin Tian. This matter, many people frowned. Such a huge empire actually repaid kindness with ingratitude. This was really too shameless. At the same time, someone thought of another problem, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. If that's the case, the Seven Luminaries Empire's Wujin Realm Grand Elder has fallen. Isn't the strongest person in this clan now only at the Great Virtue Realm? Don't be silly. The one who died was the Grand Elder from decades ago. For the Seven Luminaries Empire to be safe and sound in these decades, there must be another Wujin Realm Grand Elder in the clan. Otherwise, do you think the other two empires would not do anything? This makes sense. The person who spoke was enlightened. Buzz, 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 buzz. Lin Tian stood in the sky, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he heard the crowd's discussion. He announced the Seven Luminaries Empire's misdeeds to the world. In reality, it did not constitute any loss to the Seven Luminaries Empire, but he still did it. Even though this indeed wouldn't cause any loss to the bloodline, it was like a resounding slap to the face. Why not make the bloodline lose some face? He shifted his gaze and looked at a certain corner of Muyong City. Over there, he muttered to himself and took a step forward, instantly appearing in front of an incomparably luxurious pavilion, Seven Luminaries Palace. You should be able to sense who is from the Seven Luminaries Empire inside, right? Destroy them, he said to the black dragon. A faint light flashed in the black Jiao dragon's demonic eyes. It opened its mouth slightly, and a baleful aura rushed out, turning into a dense number of light arrows that shot forward. In the blink of an eye, this luxurious pavilion was riddled with holes. From the outside, one could not see much blood red. Done. The black flood dragon transmitted. Lin Tian nodded. Let's go. He turned around and appeared outside the tomb city in a single step. With another step, he disappeared into the horizon. Inside the Seven Luminaries Palace, blood was flowing everywhere. Corpses were strewn all over the ground. Their eyes were wide open, and the space between their eyebrows had been pierced through. What happened? What? The people of the Seven Luminaries Empire, all of them, killed. They were all killed. Inside the palace, there were still quite a few people standing, all of them trembling. The corpses lying on the ground were all from the Seven Luminaries dynasty, while the people standing had nothing to do with this faction. These cultivators were not stupid. They instantly realized that someone was deliberately targeting the Seven Luminaries dynasty. Otherwise, it would be impossible for only the people of the Seven Luminaries dynasty to die, while they were all unscathed. At this moment, only some of the cultivators outside the Seven Luminaries Palace were frightened. These people stood on the streets of Tomb City. After seeing the scene inside through the broken Seven Luminaries Palace, they all trembled. How ruthless! His methods are as fierce as before. That demon beside him is so powerful. Separated by the Seven Luminaries Palace, he actually killed all the people of the Seven Luminaries dynasty in an instant. He did not hurt anyone unrelated to the Seven Luminaries dynasty. How? Some people saw the black flood dragon attack on Lin Tian's shoulder. At this moment, their hearts trembled and their scalps turned numb. The mountains and rivers moved backward at an extremely fast speed. The wind howled. Lin Tian stepped on the void, crossing hundreds of feet with each step. After a few hours, he arrived in front of a continuous brown mountain range. As far as the eye could see, there were very few plants growing in the mountain range. One could only see one plant every few hundred feet. However, Each plant was extremely lush and had a very strong life aura. "I'm here." A glint flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. He descended from the void and stepped on the ground, walking step by step toward the brown mountain range. In the blink of an eye, he was near the edge of the mountain range. In front, a dozen cultivators stood in a row. Each of them held a battle spear. The blood chi on their bodies was very strong and very shocking. "Who's there?" Someone shouted. The dozen cultivators all had sharp eyes. However, in the next moment, when they saw Lin Tian's true appearance, their expressions changed. "Lin Tian, it's you. You actually came here. Why are you here? What do you know?" Someone exclaimed. The corners of Lin Tian's mouth curled up slightly. He walked forward step by step. "The news in your 7 luminaries' empire spread quite quickly. Now, everyone in the clan should know about me, right?" His steps were steady and did not stop at all. The dozen people were a little surprised that Lin Tian came to this place. However, their faces soon turned cold. "The Imperial Lord has ordered that Lin Tian must be killed," the leader of the group shouted. This was an early-stage ascension immortal cultivator. The battle spear in his hand emitted killing light. He took a step toward Lin Tian, his battle spear piercing through the void. It was a powerful attack. Lin Tian smiled coldly. He reached out his right hand and casually grabbed the cold battle spear that was coming at him. With a crack, he broke it. The person was shocked. "You, poof!" Lin Tian held the broken battle spear in his hand and directly pierced the person's throat. Blood splattered everywhere. With a bang, the person fell to the ground. His life aura instantly disappeared without a trace. At the edge of the mountain range, the other dozen people's expressions changed drastically. An early-stage ascension immortal cultivator was killed in a single move. At this moment, the dozen people felt terrified and could not help but retreat. "Inform the others," someone said. These dozen people were all at the Zephyr Realm. When they saw that the Ascension Immortal Cultivator was killed by Lin Tiansha so easily, they did not dare to fight Lin Tian head-on. They all rushed into the mountain range. Lin Tian's steps were steady, but there was a faint smile on his face. Buzz! A large number of dragon patterns appeared on the ground and rushed up together. They were like peerless killing swords that drowned the dozen people. Poof! 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 In the blink of an eye, the dozen people all exploded. They were all dead. The dragon burial scripture could not only be used by relying on the forces of heaven and earth. It could only be used when relying on some forces of heaven and earth to unleash stronger power. No matter where he was, he could use the dragon burial scripture. The dragon patterns were simple killing swords. His expression did not change, and his steps did not change. Each step was more than 100 feet. In the blink of an eye, he had entered the brown mountain range. When he was a guest in the Purple Firmament dynasty, the Purple Firmament Grand Ancestor had provided him with some extremely secretive information. The main point was that the 7 Luminaries dynasty had found a Lingjing mine half a month ago and had sent many powerful cultivators to guard this Lingjing mine. As for the Spirit Crystal mine, it was naturally within the Brown Mountain Range. That was why he had come to this place. "There's a Lingjing mine here. It was discovered by the 7 Luminaries dynasty's powerful cultivators. My luck is really good." He narrowed his eyes slightly. The Purple Firmament dynasty knew about this place and that there was a Lingjing mine here, but they could not do anything. After all, this place had been discovered by the 7 Luminaries dynasty first. If they made a move, it would be a huge conflict between the two dynasties. Once such a conflict started, a large-scale battle would definitely be unavoidable. Many people would die. However, Lin Tian clearly did not need to worry about that. His steps were very gentle, but it was as if he had shrunk the ground into an inch. His speed was extremely fast, and he quickly reached the depths of this mountain range. a large group of figures appeared in front of him. All of them were cultivators, and they were all working hard to dig the ground. There were already 7 or 8 deep underground mines that had been dug out. Vaguely, there was a very dense immortal essence, chi, floating out of these mines. How lively! Lin Tian walked over and said with a faint smile. Instantly, all the cultivators in front looked in his direction. Then, all of their expressions changed. You're Lin Tian. The royal lord sent many powerful cultivators to hunt you down. You actually came to this place? Also, how did you know about this place? How dare you appear like this? These people were all shocked. More than 90% of the people in the 7 Luminaries dynasty did not know what happened between Lin Tian and their faction. However, everyone had received orders from the royal lord of their faction. That was Lin Tian must be killed. Naturally, everyone in the 7 Luminaries Empire remembered Lin Tian's appearance. Moreover, they remembered it very clearly. At this moment, when these people saw Lin Tian appear in front of them, their eyes were filled with murderous intent. At the same time, they were also surprised. They were surprised because their clan had discovered a Lingjing mine here not long ago. They had secretly excavated here and did not even ask for help from the Xuanlong clan. How could Lin Tian know about this place? No matter how you know about this place, since you're here, don't even think about leaving alive. Someone said coldly. It was a middle-aged man at the 4th heaven of the connecting immortal realm. He stepped forward and closed in on Lin Tian. Lin Tianyi smiled with a strange expression. Aren't you going to ask your clan's people to guard this place to come out? The middle-aged man said coldly, Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of my clan's elders and princes? Lin Tian was slightly taken aback when he heard that. Then his smile grew wider. I didn't expect your 7 Luminaries dynasty to have a prince come to this place. It's really interesting. The time I came is really suitable. He smiled. I'll take your Lingjing mine here and kill your prince. I'm sure your royal lord will spit out a few mouthfuls of blood essence. He might even want to cry. Hearing Lin Tian's words, all the cultivators in the 7 Luminaries dynasty were furious. Their faces were filled with murderous intent. Chapter 652. The middle-aged man's voice was cold and cruel. In his right hand, the killing light on the dragon claw became even more intense. It ruthlessly grabbed at Lin Tian's left arm, causing the space to distort inch by inch. It buzzed as if it would shatter in the next moment. Lin Tianyi smiled. I'll take away your elders and princes. Of course, I'll take away their lives. He raised his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and swung it forward. The middle-aged man's face turned even colder. Arrogant thing. His dragon claw became even more terrifying, its power extremely terrifying. In the next moment, the dragon claw and Lin Tian's fist collided. Crack! Instantly, a crisp sound was heard. The middle-aged man's 5 fingers shattered. His face changed instantly, filled with horror, and he hurriedly retreated. He was a 4th-level immortal. Now that he used the dragon claw, his 5 fingers were shattered by Lin Tian's simple punch. Didn't you want to break my limbs and bring me back to the clan? Why are you retreating? Lin Tian said coldly. His fist's momentum didn't decrease, still pressing toward the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, instantly revealing a look of horror. This punch seemed simple, but it seemed to have sealed all the space around him. He couldn't even retreat. You, poof! Blood splashed. Lin Tian's fist landed on the man's chest. With a poof, it directly shattered him into pieces. Such a scene instantly changed the color of everyone's faces. The middle-aged man who attacked was a small leader of this Lingjing mine. He was a 4th-level immortal, but now he was shattered by a single punch. How is this possible? Many people were shocked. There were many people here. At this moment, many people's expressions changed as they stared at Lin Tian. There was some fear. A cold snort sounded. a middle-aged man in a blue robe walked out of the crowd and said, "Don't be surprised. He just won by luck because his body is strong. Let's go together and quickly suppress him and hand him over to the elders and princes. Right now, mining Lingjing is more important." This person was at the 5th layer of Connecting Immortal and was also a small leader of this Lingjing mining area. Some other immortal reaching realm masters nodded in agreement. That's right. That should be the case. Excavating Lingjing is more important. Then all of us who have reached the celestial reaching realm should act together and suppress it in an instant. Sure. Making an enemy out of my 7 luminaries empire? You're courting death. Several people spoke one after another. At this moment, everyone stopped what they were doing and stared coldly at Lin Tian. Soon, more than 20 people walked out and closed in on Lin Tian. The others retreated on their own accord, forming a huge circle with Lin Tian trapped in the center. Regarding this, Lin Tian was very calm and did not panic at all. He moved his gaze and scanned the area. 396 people, 300 in the astral sea realm, 70 in the airborne realm, and 26 in the immortal reaching realm. Not a bad lineup. Quite a number, he said to himself, not caring at all. He was not surprised that there were so many people here. After all, the 7 Luminaries Empire had discovered a Lingjing mine here. Naturally, they would send more people to excavate it, hoping to finish excavating this Lingjing mine in a short time. He smiled indifferently and looked at the 20 immortal reaching realm masters. Are you really not going to inform your elders and princes to come out? The 20 immortal reaching realm masters all snorted, their eyes cold. Attack. Suppress him with 1 blow. Remember, be careful when you attack. Don't kill him directly. Understood? A few people said. Suddenly, the 20 people closed in on Lin Tian, divine power gushing out of their bodies. Attack, the blue-robed, middle-aged man from before said. As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to attack. Divine light spread out and pressed down on Lin Tian. At the same time, the other 20 people also attacked. None of them showed any mercy. Saber light and sword shadows swept out in an instant. Lin Tian stood where he was quietly, not caring at all. With a clang, a cold sword slashed over, slashing at his right arm. It was a high-grade, true treasure. I'll break your arm first. The person holding the sword was an early-stage immortal-reaching realm cultivator. His face was cold. Lin Tian Tan smiled coldly and tilted his head to avoid the sword. He raised his right hand and flicked his finger lightly, landing on the blade of the sword. With a hum, the sword shook violently and an invisible force swept out. It passed through the sword and landed on the person holding the sword. It immediately caused the person to tremble violently and stagger backwards. The hand holding the sword could not help but tremble for a while. You can't even hold the sword steadily. What's the point of cultivating? Lin Tian Tan said coldly. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the person. With a wave of his right hand, he snatched the sword from the person's hand. You, poof! A head flew out diagonally. Dazzling blood floated in the void. It was a shocking sight. Instantly, the ordinary cultivators on the periphery were all shocked. This, another immortal-reaching realm cultivator, was killed in a face-to-face exchange. Moreover, it was under the joint attack of more than 20 immortal-reaching realm cultivators. Not only these people, but even the other immortal-reaching realm cultivators who surrounded Lin Tian were all shocked. How was this possible? Bastard! Among the 20 people, someone growled. Cold-killing intent surged. This was a second-stage immortal-reaching realm cultivator. He was very close to the person who was killed just now. At this moment, his eyes were red, and divine power surged out of his body. It transformed into an extremely terrifying saber of divine light and slashed at Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, this person was in front of Lin Tian. The corners of Lin Tian's mouth curled up, He sidestepped and dodged the saber of divine light. The long sword in his hand spun and slashed. Poof! The bloody light scattered, and another head flew out diagonally, bringing with it a large patch of bloody light. Another immortal-reaching realm cultivator was killed. How is this possible? At this moment, the crowd's expression changed. Even the other fifth-stage immortal-reaching realm cultivators were shocked. Their eyes flashed violently, and their faces were filled with disbelief. A fourth-stage immortal-reaching realm cultivator, an early-stage immortal-reaching realm cultivator, and a second-stage immortal-reaching realm cultivator were all killed in a face-to-face exchange. At this moment, they stared at Lin Tian again. Their expressions changed. What? Didn't you say that you could suppress me with one blow? A voice rang out. Lin Tian's face was filled with faint mockery. The long sword in his hand was stained with blood. He calmly glanced at the other immortal-reaching realm cultivators who surrounded him. Instantly, these people's faces turned ashen. Bastard! Attack, don't show mercy. Kill! The group of people said coldly. Now, there were 24 immortal-reaching realm cultivators here, all of them shining with divine light. Instantly, sword light, saber light, fist light, and leg shadows all surged past. Lin Tian turned sideways. The long sword in his hand drew a strange arc, cutting through a wave of saber light. With one step, he stepped in front of another person. This was a third-stage immortal-reaching realm cultivator. His reaction speed was very fast. While he was surprised, he quickly dodged backward. Why are you retreating? Lin Tian said with a smile. Although he was smiling, his hand did not stop at all. His sword flashed with a cold light, and he slashed toward this person's throat. It was a simple sword. It was not a secret technique, but it carried an extremely sharp sword intent, causing this person's expression to change drastically. You! Puff! Blood splattered. This person's head flew up, and the headless corpse fell with a bang. Blood instantly dyed a large area of the ground red. After killing one person, Lin Tian turned sideways again, dodging another fatal sword light, and threw the long sword in his hand. With a puff, the long sword pierced through another person's chest, directly piercing through his heart. This was a second-stage immortal-reaching realm cultivator. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and he fell to the ground with a bang. The life in his eyes disappeared in the blink of an eye. He died on the spot. How could this be? More than 20 immortal-reaching realm cultivators from my clan surrounded him. How could he? There's no force of heaven and earth here. Even if he has the complete dragon burial scripture, it's useless. It's said that he's only in the Zephyr realm. But how can he be so strong in the Zephyr realm? Outside, everyone's hearts trembled. Lin Tian listened to these people's voices. His expression did not change at all. There was still an indifferent smile on his face. Was he still in the Zephyr realm? With a clang, a long sword appeared in his hand. A faint light flowed on the sword, intertwining with a powerful immortal aura. A high-grade immortal artifact. Someone exclaimed. At the same time, even the expressions of the immortal-reaching realm cultivators changed. Be careful, this beast is very evil, a fifth-stage immortal-reaching realm cultivator said. So what if he's evil? In front of the 7 Luminaries dynasty, everything is nothing. Another fifth-stage immortal-reaching realm cultivator said. This was a middle-aged man dressed in golden robes. He directly propped up a divine light throne. It was an extremely powerful magic. As soon as it appeared, it caused the space to tremble. His eyes were cold. This person used the divine light throne to open a path. With a step, he arrived in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. If you die, there's nothing we can do, this person said coldly. With a boom, the divine light throne shook and mercilessly suppressed Lin Tian. In an instant, wherever the throne passed, The void collapsed inch by inch. "Don't worry, he won't die," Lin Tan said indifferently. He held the sword in his right hand and clenched his left hand into a fist. He directly punched out. Dong! The void trembled as if a divine drum had been beaten. In the next moment, a crisp sound was heard. The divine light throne that the middle-aged man in golden robes summoned shattered into pieces on the spot and dissipated into light. The middle-aged man in golden robes' expression changed drastically. His face was full of shock. What he used was an extremely powerful magic that could crush everything. It was very difficult for ordinary methods to resist, but now someone actually used their physical body to shatter his magic with a punch. "You, Clang!" The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. The immortal sword in Lin Tian's right hand shook, and a violent immortal aura instantly surged. This high-grade immortal sword was obtained when he destroyed the golden-fired Dao Gate. It was extremely powerful. Then he engraved immortal enhancement patterns on it, causing the immortal sword's power to become even more terrifying. It could be said to be an invincible killing sword below Dao weapons. At this moment, he used this killing sword to unleash the 10th slash of the sun incinerating sword, compressing the sword into a blazing sword aura. Slash. He calmly spat out a word. Chapter 653. The blood was dazzling as it scattered down in patches. The golden-robed, middle-aged man was cut in half at the waist, and his internal organs fell to the ground. It was a shocking and terrifying sight. In an instant, everyone's expression changed. You! An early-stage immortal ascension cultivator stared at Lin Tian with fear in his eyes. A 5th-tier immortal ascension cultivator was killed so easily. With a clang, the immortal sword in Lin Tian's hand emitted immortal light. With a swing of the sword, tens of thousands of sword lights instantly appeared. "Not enough," he said calmly. In the path of cultivation, the immortal ascension realm was a huge watershed. Once one entered the immortal ascension realm, one's strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. Back then, when he was still in the airborne realm, he was able to kill a powerhouse at the 3rd level of the immortal ascension realm. Now that he had stepped into the immortal ascension realm and had survived that apocalyptic heavenly tribulation, his growth in strength was naturally far greater than others. Now, those below the 5th tier of the immortal ascension realm posed no pressure to him at all. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. With the high-grade immortal sword in his hand, the sword hummed and enveloped the other 20 or so immortal ascension realm cultivators. "You! How arrogant! Damn it!" These people were shocked and angry. It was just one person, but he attacked all of them at the same time. "Damn it!" Lin Tian smiled. "Your clan does deserve to die." Continuous sword lights swept across the land. He stepped on the yin and yang rock and weaved through the 20 or so immortal ascension realm cultivators. In a moment, he appeared in front of a 3rd-tier immortal ascension cultivator. Then he swung his sword and cut off his head. He sidestepped a killing light and reached out his left hand. Pure physical strength shook the void, and another early-stage immortal ascension realm cultivator was smashed into pieces. Blood dyed the ground red. Be *starred. There were more than 20 immortal ascension realm cultivators here. At this moment, only 20 of them were left. They were all shocked and angry. These people roared, and their divine power surged. The dense killing light completely enveloped the space in all directions and pressed toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He stepped on the yin and yang rock and walked among the killing light. He was calm and composed. Clang! He casually raised his hand and slashed out. The glaring sword energy cut through the void and shattered a divine ability, splitting a cultivator of the 2nd heaven of connecting immortal. He tilted his head to avoid a cold spear coming from behind him and swung his sword backward, cutting off another person's head. "Damn it, you! Pooh!" He waved his left hand and slapped the head of a 3rd heaven connecting immortal into his chest. Let's go together. Surround and kill him. A fifth-level connecting immortal expert roared. However, in the next moment, Lin Tian appeared beside the person who spoke and slashed mercilessly with his immortal sword. You, Pooh! The man's head was chopped off, and blood spurted about 10 feet high. Now that his cultivation base had entered the connecting immortal realm, his combat power was already very strong. In addition, he had a high-grade immortal sword branded with immortal enhancement marks in his hand. Moving among the 20 or so connecting immortals was like taking a stroll in the park. Pooh! 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 The thunder flame, sword energy swept out, and in the blink of an eye, a few more people were killed. At this time, only 13 of the 20 connecting immortals were left. At this moment, they stared at Lin Tian, trembling slightly. More than 20 of them had surrounded Lin Tian's group, but in the blink of an eye, half of them had died. Suppress me with one strike? Lin Tian was very calm. His expression was indifferent. Now, how many strikes have you made? How many of you are still alive? He raised his right hand and slashed out again. A large amount of sword energy flew out and pressed forward. With a puff, an early-stage immortal exploded, cut into a bloody mist by the dense sword energy. There were only 12 connecting immortals left. Let's see how long you can last, he said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in his hand became even more terrifying. The eerie sword energy completely covered the space within a radius of dozens of feet. Ah! Someone screamed as the dense sword energy pierced into his body. The next moment he fell to the ground with a bang, his vitality completely gone. Clang! The sword hummed again. Lin Tian casually swung the sword in his hand. Every slash was filled with sword light, shattering the 7 luminaries' empire's immortal ascension, cultivators, divine force light screens, and abhijnas. 3 more waves of blood exploded, and 3 people were killed into bloody mist. In the blink of an eye, only 8 of the 20 connecting immortals were left. One of them was at the 5th level of the connecting immortal realm. One was at the 4th level, 4 at the 3rd level, and 2 were at the early stage. Continue. Lin Tiandao. He flipped the long sword in his hand, and the sword energy was blinding. Everywhere it passed, the void distorted inch by inch. Pooh! 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 In an instant, another 3 people were killed. At this time, everyone was terrified, including the last remaining expert at the 5th level of the connecting immortal realm. More than 20 connecting immortals had joined forces to kill Lin Tian's group, but now only 5 people were left. Go and inform the elders and princes, shouted one of the 5 people. Immediately, among the hundreds of ordinary cultivators outside, a 9th level immortal realm cultivator rushed into the distance at a very fast speed. No need to go through so much trouble. I'll go find them myself later. Otherwise, they'll walk out on their own soon. Lin Tiandao. As his words fell, dense formation runes suddenly appeared in the void, and cold killing intent instantly intertwined. Boom! The surrounding void trembled, and then rays of killing light surged out, cold and terrifying. With a poof, the immortal realm cultivator who rushed into the distance was drowned by a dozen rays of killing light and directly exploded not far away. This is a killing formation. When did he set it up? The crowd was horrified and their expressions changed. The last 5 connecting immortals who survived glared at Lin Tian. You did this. Shouldn't your 7 luminaries empire be very well informed? Don't you know that I'm a 6th level array manipulator? Lin Tian said lightly. Just now, not only was he fighting with more than 20 connecting immortals, but he was also secretly imprinting a killing formation in the void with his left hand. This sect killing formation was only at the 6th level, but it was a complete 6th level killing formation. With his current cultivation base, if he could carve a complete 6th level killing formation, it would not be a problem for him to kill an ordinary immortal connecting realm cultivator. At this time, this killing formation covered all 10 directions, enveloping everyone in the 7 Luminaries clan. It was a complete prison of death. You, clang! The killing formation boiled, and the killing light condensed into immortal light swords. With a sonorous sound, they swept out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, screams rang out. In this place, other than the 5 connecting immortals who were still alive, there are dozens of immortal realm cultivators and hundreds of spiritual sea cultivators. With their cultivation base, how could they block the complete 6th level killing formation imprinted by Lin Tian? Instantly, a bloody mist exploded in all directions. The 7 Luminaries clan cultivators were slashed into pieces by the killing light, and blood dyed the ground red. Beast, stop! Some connecting immortals roared. These people were all from the clan. Lin Tian's expression was very calm, and there was no change in his expression. He would never show mercy to his enemies, and he would never be indecisive. The 6th level killing formation shook, and rays of killing light swept out, completely sealing the space in all directions at the same time, mercilessly slashing at all the 7 Luminaries dynasty cultivators. Uft, uft, uft. Bloody mist exploded one after another like blood-colored fireworks, demonic and glaring. Screams rang out, and the sound was mournful, filled with despair and fear. Lin Tian stood in the field with an indifferent expression and no longer made a move. The complete 6th level killing formation was activated, and there was no need for him to make a move. The killing light of the killing formation swept out, and dozens of people were crushed in the blink of an eye, turning into a bloody paste on the ground. No! Beast! Stop! Damn it! A few connecting immortals roared. It was also at this moment that a low shout came from afar. What's the commotion? 4 figures walked out. They were led by an old man and a young man. The old man wore a dragon robe, while the young man wore a purple robe. Both of them had a majestic aura and a noble air about them. However, when they looked over, their expressions changed. That is Lin Tian. And there's a killing formation in the void. The old man in the dragon robe and the young man in purple were followed by 2 other middle-aged men. When they saw this clearly, their expressions changed drastically. The old man in the dragon robe's eyes were cold, and he opened his sleeve. Instantly, a violent hurricane swept out like an immortal sword light, crushing the 6th level killing formation in the void. Instantly, the killing intent in the air disappeared, and so did the killing light. In the killing formation, the 7 Luminaries clan cultivators were rescued, and each of them let out a sigh of relief, revealing a surprised expression at the same time. Elder, Prince, someone looked over there and shouted. Lin Tian looked up and narrowed his eyes slightly. Peak half-step great Dao, slightly stronger than Jiangwan. On his shoulder, the black dragon's demonic eyes narrowed slightly, and a ray of black light flashed past. The old man in the dragon robe stared at Lin Tian, his eyes cold. He naturally knew Lin Tian, and he also knew what Lin Tian had done to his 7 Luminaries empire. Little beast, how dare you barge in here? How audacious! Staring at Lin Tian, the old man in the dragon robe's eyes were cold, and he did not hide his killing intent at all. Also, how did you know about this place? Regarding Lin Tian's appearance in this place, the old man in the dragon robe had the same reaction as the 7 Luminaries clan cultivators at the beginning. Their clan had discovered a Lingjing mine here, and this matter was very secretive. How did Lin Tian know? When you're all dead, I'll burn the answer to you, Lin Tiantan said with a smile. The old man in the dragon robe's expression instantly turned even colder, and a majestic aura surged up. He took a step forward and directly pressed down on Lin Tian. In an instant, the space trembled and distorted inch by inch, cracking under his terrifying divine might. The third elder is personally taking action. The third elder is only a small step away from the great Tao realm. No one below the great Tao realm is a match for him. This scoundrel will definitely die. The 7 luminaries clan cultivators all had vicious gazes. At this moment, they stared at Lin Tian as if they were looking at a corpse. It was also at this moment that the old man in the dragon robe had already appeared in front of Lin Tian. He raised his hand like a demon and grabbed at Lin Tian. Chapter 654. The dragon-robed elder flipped his hand and covered the sky, completely enveloping Lin Tian within. This was a huge force. He was only a small step away from the great Tao realm. His strength could only be described as horrifying. For a moment, the void shook and distorted inch by inch. Boom! A violent wind blew, sweeping up the sand and dust in the air, causing the black hair in front of Lin Tian's forehead to dance wildly. His expression was very calm. With my current strength, I'm still a little lacking to fight someone of this level. He muttered softly to himself and stood quietly on the spot, watching the dragon-robed elder's hand press down. He's so scared that he doesn't dare to move. Someone sneered. Someone at the side agreed. What can he do against the third elder? Only death. No, he won't die so easily. We must make him suffer a fate worse than death. That's right. Our 7 luminaries empire isn't something that any random person can provoke. Everyone's eyes were sinister. Lin Tian's expression was calm, and he still didn't move. However, in the next moment, a majestic demonic aura rushed out from his shoulder. The black dragon sword, and its demonic body instantly expanded, spewing out a jet of black light. This attack was very powerful and very fast. It was so fast that no one could react in time. Puff! Blood splattered, and the golden-robed elder's hand was shattered. He staggered several feet back. Instantly, everyone's expression changed. Everyone was shocked. The dragon-robed elder stabilized his body, and several cracks appeared on his right hand. Although there was blood flowing out, it was slowly recovering. At this moment, the elder's eyes became bone-chilling as his gaze landed on the black dragon. This is that half-step great Tao beast? Staring at the black dragon, the elder's expression suddenly changed, and his voice became slightly low. No, it doesn't match the rumors. This isn't a simple half-step great Tao beast. It's comparable to me. What? Comparable to the third elder's realm? The third elder is only a small step away from the great Tao realm. He's many times stronger than ordinary half-step great Tao experts. He can be said to be invincible under the great Tao. This ferocious demon. He's also only a small step away from the great Tao realm. How is that possible? Everyone was shocked. The black flood dragon coiled around Lin Tian's body. Its body was more than 30 meters long, and its eyes were cold. It looked down at the old man in dragon robes from above. Tear him apart. Lin Tiandao. The black flood dragon roared. Instantly, a violent, murderous aura interweaved and swept up a terrifying gale in this space. With a loud boom, sand and dust flew up as if a huge storm had been set off. The old man in dragon robes was shaken, and his face immediately sank. This storm contained a shocking, destructive power that had directly locked onto him. Bastard, he said coldly. What he got in response was the roar of the black flood dragon. The black flood dragon rushed out, and dense demonic energy rushed out, enveloping the space in all directions. With the power of the rainbow auspicious clouds after Lin Tian's tribulation and Ling Jing, who weighed about 15,000 kilograms, its cultivation had improved greatly and was much stronger than before. At this moment, it was releasing its demonic energy, causing everyone here to tremble. Many people even fell to the ground with cold sweat flowing down their foreheads. All of them were intimidated by this demonic might. With a loud boom, the black flood dragon swung its tail. With a terrifying demonic energy, it directly swept the old man into the sky. "I'll kill you first, then," the old man said coldly. Instantly, a fluctuation that was not weaker than the black flood dragon spread out. The man and the flood dragon directly fought in the sky, and murderous light overflowed in all directions. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but tremble slightly. When two experts who were only a small step away from the great Tao realm fought at full strength, the impact was no joke. Staring at the sky, many people's faces turned pale. Some even couldn't help but swallow their saliva, and their faces were filled with fear. It was also at this moment that the sound of footsteps was heard. At this moment, it was extremely ear-piercing. The black flood dragon swept away the old man in the dragon robe and fought in the sky. At this moment, Lin Tian also moved. He slowly walked towards the young man in purple, a prince of the 7 luminaries empire. One had to admit that this was a super big fish. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to fight the third prince? Insolent. Seeing Lin Tian's actions, everyone in this place knew what Lin Tian wanted to do. They were instantly enraged. Behind the young man in purple, the 2 middle-aged men's eyes turned cold. "You're courting death," one of them said. 2 powerful immortal auras surged. These 2 people were at the 6th heaven of the connecting immortal realm. They stepped out at the same time and suppressed Lin Tian. Lin Tian's footsteps were calm. When the 2 of them were really close, his figure became blurry. He used the sword of lightning martial technique of the shocking wind sword art, which he hadn't used for a long time. Like a bolt of lightning, he flashed between the 2 of them, bringing along 2 glaring waves of blood. Bang! Bang! The 2 middle-aged men fell to the ground. Their heads and bodies were separated at the same time. Only blood kept gushing out from the severed heads. Those 2, how is it possible? What did he do just now? No, I didn't see, the crowd trembled. Just now, they didn't see Lin Tian's movements clearly, but in the next moment, 2 cultivators at the 6th heavenly layer of the Ascension Immortal Realm were beheaded, and they turned into 2 incomplete corpses that fell to the ground, causing many people to be horrified. Lin Tian walked towards the young man in purple with calm steps. Just now, in a simple sword of lightning, he had used 90% of his strength. That was why he could easily kill the 2 of them. After all, the 2 of them were at the 6th heaven of the connecting immortal realm. They were much stronger than ordinary 5th heaven cultivators. After a few breaths, he stopped. He was 10 meters away from the young man in purple. He looked at the young man in purple with a calm expression. On the immortal sword in his hand, the 2 middle-aged men's blood dripped down. The young man in purple was about 28 years old. His eyes fell on Lin Tian. He didn't react to the death of the 2 middle-aged men who protected him as if nothing had happened. He said, "I'm at the 6th heaven of the connecting immortal realm, but I'm different from them." His voice was very calm, but the meaning in his words was very obvious. That was, although he was also at the 6th heaven of the connecting immortal realm, his battle strength was far superior to the 2 6th heaven cultivators Lin Tian killed. It will be the same soon. They will all be corpses. Lin Tian's voice was even calmer. As soon as he said this, the anger in the eyes of the 7 planets clan cultivators grew stronger. Their eyes became even colder. Arrogant. Our 3rd prince is at the 6th heaven of the connecting immortal realm, but he can fight with a peak 8th heaven of the connecting immortal realm. And who do you think you are? How dare you speak to the 3rd prince like this? Ridiculous. Someone shouted. Lin Tian didn't even turn his head. He waved the immortal sword in his hand, and a large amount of sword light rolled behind him. All of a sudden, popping sounds could be heard as the few people who were speaking exploded, torn into pieces by the sword rays. For a moment, everyone trembled violently. They stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. The young man in purple stared at Lin Tian. He didn't show any anger at Lin Tian killing a few more of his clansmen. He still acted as if nothing had happened. All he thought about was Lin Tian's words, "They will all be corpses." A faint light flashed in his eyes. He said, "You're very confident, but your confidence is too blind." As he spoke, his clothes fluttered without wind. Small stones under his feet rose into the air and shattered. "My name is Wei Yanha. Don't forget." Immortal pressure spread out. It was condensed, pure, and shocking. Of course, there was also a murderous intent mixed in. "It's good that you can come here. You saved my clan the time and energy to look for you." Wei Yanha said, "I'll take your head as a sacrifice to my clan's ancestor and ninth uncle." There were 3 empires in Xinzhou. The Great Zhou Empire had the surname Zhou, the Purple Clouds Empire had the surname Xia, and the 7 Luminaries Empire had the surname Wei. There's no need to remember the name of someone who's about to die. Lin Tian's expression was calm. The immortal sword in his hand disappeared with a flash, and his clothes fluttered without wind. On the ground beside his feet, there were also small rocks that shot up, and then they collapsed with a crackling sound. "Also, you can't take my head away. As for your head, I want to borrow it." His tone was indifferent. His expression was indifferent. However, he didn't let his guard down, because the young man in purple was indeed very powerful. Even now, he felt a trace of pressure from the other party. Of course, it was only a trace. He stared at the young man in purple. With a boom, a majestic immortal pressure came out of his body. Like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, it swept out in all directions. In an instant, everyone's expression changed in this place. Divine power wave. Immortal ascension stage. Rumor has it that he's at the flight level. How? The strength of that ferocious demon from before was also at the flight level. It's different from the rumors. What's going on? Everyone's expression changed. At this moment, sensing the aura emanating from Lin Tian's body, even the old man in dragon robes who was fighting with the black dragon in the sky was shocked. First tier of immortal ascension. Since when did he reach this level? Furthermore, this immortal pressure. Staring at Lin Tian, the old man in dragon robes was shocked. According to what the 7 Luminaries Empire knew, Lin Tian's cultivation was at the flight level. However, what he saw now was clearly at the immortal ascension stage. He was at the first tier of immortal ascension. Most importantly, even though Lin Tian was only at the first heaven of the connecting celestial realm, the celestial pressure he emitted at this moment was too terrifying. In his opinion, this level of celestial pressure was comparable to an ordinary 9th heaven of the connecting celestial realm expert. Boom! The black light of murderous intent rushed from the opposite side, shocking the old man in dragon robes. He had no choice but to withdraw his gaze and focus on dealing with the black dragon. On the ground, the 2 immortal pressures intertwined and collided, causing many people's hearts to tremble. Wei Yanha's calm expression changed slightly. He narrowed his eyes slightly. "You are qualified to fight me." As soon as he finished speaking, the immortal light outside his body became stronger. Bolts of lightning intertwined and crackled nonstop. Lin Tian smiled coldly. His words were even simpler. "You will die." He stared at Wei Yanha. The immortal pressure emanating from him became even more frightening. At the same time, a faint light flashed in his eyes. After entering the connecting immortal realm, his strength had undergone an earth-shaking change. Among those of the same generation, this Wei Yanha was enough for him to properly test his current true combat strength. Therefore, he also put away the high-grade immortal sword just now. At this moment, the 2 of them were 30 feet apart. Their gazes intertwined and their immortal pressure collided, causing the ground to crack inch by inch. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the next moment, the 2 of them disappeared from where they were at the same time. Chapter 655. A violent hurricane swept out, and for a moment the space was filled with sand and dust, rolling in all directions. Many people's expressions changed, and they couldn't help but cover their faces with their hands. There were even some weak cultivators in the sea of consciousness who couldn't help but retreat. Lin Tian and Wei Yanhe's fists collided. Then, without any hesitation, the two of them punched again at the same time. Bang! 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 Both of them didn't use any magic or secret arts, and punched out one after another, causing the void to rumble. The aftermath of their confrontation turned into hurricanes, causing the surrounding ground to crack continuously, spreading out like a spider web, and the flying stones were instantly crushed by the surrounding hurricanes. Crack! The void was strong, but it couldn't withstand the battle between the two of them, and it collapsed in pieces. No one knew how long they fought, but the two of them separated in an instant, and each of them retreated several feet. Not bad. Your physique is very strong, and you can barely compete with me, Wei Yanhe said indifferently. Barely compete with you? Lin Tianyi smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved again, and with each step he took, he clenched his right hand into a fist, and wisps of electric arcs intertwined at the tip of his fist. Dong! This fist pressed down, and the gap between it and his previous punch was instantly widened. For a moment, the entire void shook, as if a divine drum had been beaten. What a terrifying punch! Wei Yanhe was slightly moved, and he raised his fist to meet Lin Tian's attack and collided with him again. However, at this time, Lin Tian's fist seemed to have given birth to a divine spirit, as if it had become an immortal fist made of Vajra divine iron. Every collision made his 5 fingers slightly numb, and every collision made his immortal body tremble involuntarily. Bang! 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 The sound of fists colliding continued to be heard. Here, the hurricane became more violent, and sand and dust filled the entire space. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent, and he punched out one punch after another. With each punch, the void trembled and roared. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. With a bang, Wei Yanhe's figure was swept away, and the 5 fingers on his right hand were split, and a little blood spread out. Third Prince! Many people cried out in alarm. This, the Third Prince, often fights with ferocious beasts and fierce demons, and he also has many divine materials to temper his body. Even some 8th stage connecting immortal experts are no match for him in terms of physical strength. But he's only at the early stage of the connecting immortal realm. But his physique is actually everyone's heart palpitated. Lin Tian stepped on the ground and swept a glance at Wei Yanhe, who was sent flying. Who can barely contend with who? Up until now, not only did he have the body refining saint art, the 4 extremity scripture, to temper his body, he had also experienced 2 terrifying heavenly tribulations. The light of tribulation bathed his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones. The strength of his physique could be said to be at the peak of the connecting immortal realm, and it was enough to compete with the 9th tier of the connecting immortal realm. Wei Yanhe actually said that his physique could barely compete with it, which made him feel very funny. Therefore, he used his actions to let Wei Yanhe know who could barely contend against who in terms of physical strength. Hearing Lin Tian's slightly sarcastic voice, Wei Yanhe's face darkened a little, and a faint cold light flashed in his eyes. Light intertwined on his right hand, and the 5 cracked fingers quickly healed, and the blood soon stopped. Don't be complacent. On the path of cultivation, the physical body is only an aid. Divine power and secret skills are the foundation. Cultivators in the connecting immortal realm couldn't break their bodies and regenerate. However, if it was just a few scars, it could be easily healed. It wasn't difficult. Is that so? Then give it a try. Let's see what level your divine power and secret skills are at. Lin Tian Ondao. His voice was very calm, but the sarcasm in it could be heard by anyone. Wei Yanhe's face darkened. I won't let you down." As soon as he finished speaking, divine power intertwined, and his figure suddenly became illusory. With a step, starlight flashed under his feet, and he flashed dozens of feet in an instant, leaving behind afterimages. This is 7 Stars Divine Movement, the peerless movement technique of our clan's 7 Stars Divine Movement technique. The third prince has already cultivated the 7 Stars Divine Movement technique to an extremely high level. Once the 7 Stars Divine Movement technique is used, even an ordinary 8th heaven of the connecting immortal realm can't catch his figure. Many people clench their fists. Wei Yanhe's figure was as fast as a startled swan, as if he was moving by stepping on space nodes, leaving behind afterimages in this space. His purple robe fluttered, and streaks of purple lightning flashed. Faint starlight flickered with every step he took. Very fast. It was difficult to see his figure clearly. Dazzling movement technique. Lin Tian Wei narrowed his eyes. Staring at Wei Yanhe's stride, his feet shook and he also moved. At this time, compared to Wei Yanhe, his movements were simple, direct, and violent. He directly stepped on the 4th level of the yin and yang robe, breaking through everything with extreme speed. In an instant, he disrupted Wei Yanhe's 7 Stars Divine Movement technique and appeared in front of Wei Yanhe. Wei Yanhe's eyes narrowed, and he was obviously very surprised. The rhythm of his movement technique suddenly slowed down. Lin Tian did not have any superfluous words. His right hand shook, and divine power condensed into a long sword, slashing toward Wei Yanhe. With a clang, as if a real sword whistled, the space was instantly distorted. Wei Yanhe dodged sideways, and at the same time his 5 fingers clawed at the void, striking out a light claw. Boom! The two collided, and suddenly a large amount of flowing light was produced. Lin Tian shook the divine light sword in his hand, turning and turning, and the speed was even faster. With one sword move, hundreds of sword rays rolled out in an instant. Clang! The sound of the sword clanged, pressing down from all directions. These sword rays were completely condensed from divine power. They were extremely fast and powerful, completely enveloping Wei Yanhe. Wei Yanhe's body shook, and a large amount of light rushed out, forming a divine light curtain, blocking all the sword rays. However, it was also at this moment that Lin Tian closed in with a swoosh. Dong! He raised his left hand, waved his iron fist, and directly crushed a piece of space. Wei Yanhe was moved. This punch came too fast and too suddenly. He could not fight back and could only cross his arms in front of his body. With a bang, Wei Yanhe was firmly hit and directly flew into the distance. Third prince! Everyone around was shocked. Wei Yanhe's body flew out more than 10 feet, crashing into a large rock not far away, and the large rock directly shattered. Lin Tian did not stop at all. His feet swayed, and he directly pressed forward. However, in the next moment, his face changed slightly, and he quickly retreated, rushing into the sky. Clang! The ground under his feet suddenly showed a bright light, and there were 7 star patterns flashing. The 7 star patterns intertwined, and seemed to form a kind of spell seal similar to a formation. In an instant, dense killing sword rays rushed into the sky. He quickly dodged, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the void, and rushed more than 1,000 feet high in the blink of an eye. However, the killing sword rays were too dense, and he could not avoid all of them, and a clear blood mark was cut on his chest. This is the 7 Star Divine Movement Sword. When the third prince moved just now, he must have imprinted the star patterns of the 7 Star Divine Movement Sword on the ground at the same time, and it has a magical effect at this time. The third prince is one of the few people who are most likely to inherit the throne. How can this little thief be his opponent? Many people sneered. In the distance, Wei Yanhe stood up, and his face became a little cold. With a buzz, bright starlight appeared beside him, and like a tide it pressed toward Lin Tian. At the same time, the star patterns of the seven-star divine movement sword that imprinted on the ground became more dazzling, and the killing sword rays that rushed toward Lin Tian became fiercer. Crack! The void was directly shattered and large areas collapsed. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. He had to admit that, as the third prince of a big empire, Wei Yanhe was really powerful. Give me the head. Wei Yanhe stepped over at this time. Around him, strands of starlight jumped, and each strand was intertwined with an incomparably terrifying aura. Each strand seemed to be able to easily kill a third sky of reaching a mortal. Then the bright starlight suddenly condensed into 7 perfectly round stars, and each star was exactly 7 inches in diameter. Together with the 7-star divine movement sword that rushed up from the ground, they pressed toward Lin Tian. In an instant, all the space around Lin Tian was sealed, and even a mosquito could not fly out. 7-star alignment, 7-star divine movement sword. With the two combined, this thief will definitely die. In the distance, someone clenched his fists and said, "The third prince used this move to kill an 8th sky of reaching a mortal in an instant. He's dead." Everyone stared at Lin Tian gloomily. Lin Tian's chest was cut by the 7-star divine movement sword, but his expression did not change at all. His speed was faster, and he dodged the dense 7-star sword chi. Die. Wei Yanhe was really close to him. With a loud bang, the 7-star godly movement sword and 7-star pearl, sacred, art pressed down on Lin Tian. In an instant, the void was distorted. Everything in the surroundings was crushed to smithereens. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. He faced the 7-star divine movement sword and the 7-star alignment without any panic. "I've said it before. You can't take my head. In the end, you can only become a corpse like the others," he said indifferently. He raised his right hand, and suddenly 2 Tao diagrams of the 4 symbols appeared. One of them pressed down on the 7-star godly movement sword, and the other flew forward to meet Wei Yanhe's 7-star pearl theurgy. Chi! Chi! With 2 soft sounds, the dense 7-star divine movement sword was annihilated on the spot, and the 7-star patterns imprinted on the ground collapsed together with it. At the same time, the alignment of the 7 stars instantly disappeared as if it had been struck into the boundless void. Such a scene immediately caused Wei Yanhe to be moved once again. "You, Buzz!" The light was bright and instantly illuminated the surroundings. After using the 4-symbol seal to annihilate the 7-star divine movement sword and the 7-star alignment, Lin Tian did not stop at all. He directly propped up the divining divine technique and summoned the 9 springs, sacred sword, and other divining divine elephants. He stepped on the yin and yang liang and instantly pressed in front of Wei Yanhe. With a loud boom, the void trembled. More than 10 divining divine elephants pressed toward Wei Yanhe together, enveloping the space in all directions at the same time. Wei Yanhe's expression changed. He quickly used one divine art after another to block, and used the 7 stars movement technique to dodge. Unfortunately, he could not dodge all of them. Bang! The barren mountain that the divining divine elephants turned into landed on him, and directly smashed him hundreds of feet away, landing in the crowd. Third Prince! At the side, the cultivators of the 7 luminaries' empire quickly surrounded him, and all of them were shocked. It was also at this moment that an even more shocking boom sounded. Lin Tian strode over, and the 9 springs sacred sword formed by the divining divine technique struck mercilessly toward Wei Yanhe's head. At the same time, he conjured the divine weapon bell, the place where Heavenly Lord Daorin comprehended the Tao, the Sea of Clover, and the blood-colored crack, and other divine elephants suppressed in all directions, not giving Wei Yanhe any space to dodge. P.S. Something came up at the last minute, causing the update time to be delayed quite a bit. Sorry. Then, it should be delayed for a while in the afternoon. The 3rd update will probably be released at around 19 p.m. Dear friends, Please forgive me. End of this chapter. Chapter 656. More than a dozen divine elephants appeared in the surroundings. The 9 springs sacred sword fell from the sky, completely sealing the space around it. Clang! The 9 springs sacred sword pressed down, cutting through the void. It sounded like a real sword chime. Now he used the divining divine skill with his immortal cultivation, and the 9 springs sacred sword became even more powerful. It was like the sacred sword that an old drunkard used before. The light of the sword was burning like a divine fire. The murderous aura was vast and mighty. Prince! Some strong masters were anxious. This sword attack was completely from a blind spot. There was no way to dodge it. A cold light flashed in Wei Yanhe's eyes. He grabbed a cultivator next to him and directly blocked him in front of him. Puff! This person was at the 7th tier of the Zephyr realm. How could he block the 9 springs sacred sword that Lin Tian created with the divining divine skill? He was cut into pieces on the spot, and his blood dyed the ground red. This third prince. How could he? The crowd's expression changed. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked over. His eyes narrowed as a dark light flashed in them. Using a clansman as a shield, interesting. He stared at Wei Yanhe with undisguised sarcasm on his face. Wei Yanhe's expression didn't change at all. His expression was calm. My life is different from theirs. Staring at Lin Tian, he continued. Besides, the person who killed him is you. I'll avenge him. With a boom, an extremely shocking aura suddenly rushed out of his body. Starlight surrounded his body, and a mysterious astrolabe slowly gathered. Yes, 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 you are different from them. Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh. You are scum. Using his clansmen as a shield to survive, and then finding a dignified reason to say that my life is different from theirs. It really made him want to vomit. Wei Yanhe's face became cold. Lin Tian dared to call him a scum. I'll tear your mouth apart, he said coldly. With a boom, the astrolabe outside his body intertwined, and an even more shocking wave spread out. It shook the void, and cracks appeared one after another. Facing this aura, most of the 7 luminaries' dynasty cultivators in this place retreated, and their faces were filled with fear. This aura seemed to be able to destroy everything. Lin Tian Wei's eyes narrowed. This astrolabe gave him a sense of pressure. He raised his hand, and thousands of shadows appeared around him, as if thousands of souls in the world were summoned by him. Bai's profound divine technique. 1,000 guiding gods. For a time, 2 terrifying waves of energy swept out, instantly rolling up a shocking hurricane. At this moment, the surrounding 7 luminaries' clan cultivators all retreated. They only stopped after retreating far away. Boom! The 2 powerful divine abilities of the 2 sects clashed violently, causing gusts of violent wind to swirl up. Following 2 sonic booms, the 2 of them moved at the same time. The 1,000 souls and the immortal plate collided continuously. Calm! Chi! Calm! The wind intertwined, and the soul shadows that Lin Tian condensed with 1,000 guiding gods crumbled one by one. At the same time, cracks appeared on the astrolabe. However, Lin Tian's expression changed in the next moment. The astrolabe trembled, and suddenly it transformed into 2 astrolabes. Then it transformed into 4 astrolabes, then 8, 16, 32, 64. In just a few breaths' time, the space was completely filled with these astrolabes. In the void, there was an astrolabe every 10 feet. His eyes focused and his gaze moved. At this time, the 1,000 guiding gods crumbled, and he was surrounded by countless astrolabes. Wei Yanhe's expression was cold. The 7-star grinding wheel is the profound divine skill of my clan's 7-star divine technique. It can evolve into thousands of forms. Let's see how you block it. As he spoke, he raised his hand and struck out a seal. Immediately, thousands of astrolabes pressed down on Lin Tian. The astrolabes vibrated. Wherever they passed, starlight intertwined, bringing with it a cold and sharp aura. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. Each astrolabe was about 5 feet in diameter. The edges of the astrolabes were very sharp, like blades of divine light. They seemed to be able to cut through everything. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He stepped on the yin and yang loaf and dodged, leaving behind afterimages in the void. None of the astrolabes could touch him. However, in the next moment, his expression changed again. The astrolabe's attack speed suddenly became faster. Humph! A cold voice came from not far away. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked. There were 7 star runes flashing under Wei Yanhe's feet. As these star runes became brighter, the speed of the astrolabes in the void became faster and faster. Moreover, there were more and more astrolabes. He supported the divination divine art and used the divine elephant protection to break apart the celestial plates, one after another. However, the number of celestial plates kept increasing, as if they were endless. The area they covered also kept increasing, and the speed of the attacks kept increasing. Even though he had the yin and yang lune, he was still a little embarrassed. After dozens of breaths, many of his clothes were torn. The 7-star grinding wheel can transform into thousands of forms and cut through everything. Moreover, as the skill continues, the number of astrolabes will increase. In the end, it can cut through an entire space. In particular, this treasure skill can be combined with the 7-star divine movement technique and the 7-star divine movement sword. It can increase the speed of the astrolabe's attack. Someone said, these people gradually forgot that Wei Yanhe had used their clansmen as a shield. In other words, these people subconsciously had the same idea as Wei Yanhe. Their lives were indeed different from Wei Yanhe's. They were far inferior to Wei Yanhe. After all, they were just ordinary clansmen of the 7 Luminaries clan, while Wei Yanhe was the direct prince of the clan. As they stared ahead and saw the sky full of celestial plates with Lin Tianfeng trapped in the center, many people became excited again. Third Prince, kill him! Little ant, how dare you attack the 3rd Prince of our clan? You're courting death. 3rd Prince, avenge our clansman who just died. Send him to the 18th level of hell. Crush him. The 3rd Prince is invincible. In the same generation of Shangzhou, the 3rd Prince is the strongest. Seeing that Wei Yanhe had used the 7-star immortal grinding astrolabe to trap Lin Tian, these people became very excited. Most of them clenched their hands and shouted in his direction, as if Wei Yanhe was their god. Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang row to dodge the 7-star immortal grinding astrolabe. He tilted his head and looked at these people with a mocking expression. A bunch of pitiful people. He mocked. Wei Yanhe had used his clansmen as a shield to survive. Such a despicable and disgusting act seemed to have no impact on these people. Now, these people seemed to think that it was a very normal thing and that it was a matter of course. These people looked down on themselves. I've said that my life is different from theirs. Their lives are far less precious than mine. Wei Yanhe's expression was indifferent. So what if we're of the same bloodline? So what if we're all clansmen? Everyone is different, and the clansmen are also divided into 3, 6, and 9. If they can exchange their lives for mine, it's their honor, and also what they should do. Staring at Lin Tian, the 7-star patterns on the soles of Wei Yanhe's feet became brighter, causing the number of 7-star immortal grinding astrolabe to increase, and the attack speed to increase. Your strength is not bad, but it depends on who you're compared to. In front of me, only your physique is worthy of praise. Once the 7-star immortal grinding astrolabe is out, your end is to be buried here. Boom! As if in response to his words, the dense 7-star immortal grinding astrolabe vibrated, and its power suddenly became 2 times more terrifying. The number of 7-star immortal grinding astrolabe increased by 2 times, and the attack speed was also 2 times faster. It directly cut through a large area of space and pressed toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian suddenly stopped dodging and no longer used the yin and yang row. The clansmen are divided into 3, 6, and 9? Ridiculous, sad, and pitiful. With a hum, thunder flashed outside his body, and the divine row palace was propped up, firmly protecting his body. In a large clan, it's normal for the clansmen to have high and low statuses. However, regardless of their status, in the words of the mortal world, the clansmen are all family. And you, to the clansmen who have lower statuses than you no longer see them as your clansmen. You see them as simple slaves. Staring at Wei Yanhe, he sneered with disdain and sarcasm. Although I feel sad and pitiful for the people of the 7 Luminaries Empire who respect you, to be honest, I'm quite happy. Like you, how should I put it, self-righteous be asterisk cheese. The more the better in the 7 Luminaries Empire. This way, you can all be destroyed as soon as possible. He used the divine row palace to block the 7-star immortal grinding astrolabe. After his words were heard, everyone of the 7 Luminaries Empire was shocked, and their expressions suddenly became a little ugly. Although these people knew that Wei Yanhe did not take them seriously at this moment, when Lin Tian said that Wei Yanhe treated them as slaves, these people still did not feel good. Humph! Wei Yanhe snorted coldly and stared at Lin Tian. His eyes became even colder, as sharp as a killing sword. You have a sharp tongue. I'll tear your mouth apart so that you can never speak again. Staring at Lin Tian, Wei Yanhe formed a seal again, and the 7-star runes under his feet became even brighter. Suddenly there was a loud boom. The number of 7-star immortal grinding astrolabe increased, and the speed of their attacks became even faster. The entire space trembled, and there was a silver spatial turbulence pouring out. Swish! 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 The divine row palace that Lin Tian held up began to crumble and disintegrate inch by inch. Under the pressure of the 7-star immortal grinding astrolabe, it was like a dense swarm of killing gods from hell. Its power was terrifying. I've said that once the 7-star immortal grinding astrolabe appears, your ending is only death, and you will be buried here. Wei Yanhe said coldly. As his words fell, the number of 7-star immortal grinding astrolabe increased again, and the speed of their attacks became even more terrifying. Finally, the divine row palace was destroyed, and they pressed down on Lin Tian mightily. Is that so? Lin Tianling smiled. I've also said that you will be like the others. In the end, you will be a corpse. Boom! The divine row palace collapsed, and in an instant he summoned the barren heaven realm, the sun ocean, and the moon's starry sky. The 3 imperial territories appeared together, firmly protecting him. However, this was not the end. Light flashed between his eyebrows, and a black and white lotus sea appeared behind him, releasing rays of brilliant yin and yang light. Suddenly, Wei Yanhe's expression changed. Chapter 657. The 7 Luminaries Empire had investigated Lin Tian before. As the 3rd prince of the 7 Luminaries Empire, Wei Yanhe naturally knew that Lin Tian could display several kings' territories and that Lin Tian controlled the Sea of Consciousness phenomenon. However, at this moment, when he saw Lin Tian conjuring several kings' territories and the Sea of Consciousness phenomenon at the same time, he was still shocked. It was many times more shocking than when he saw only the divine Cry Palace's king's territory. Everyone, please search for the most complete version. Novels. At the same time, the others in the place were also shocked as their eyes flickered violently. This king's territory, several kings' territories, it's not just the divine Cry Palace. It's too similar to what's recorded in the ancient books. The black and white lotus petals are the same as the rumors in the Shang continent. He really controls the Sea of Consciousness phenomenon. Several kings' territories and the Sea of Consciousness phenomenon, their hearts trembled. Even the old man in the dragon robe who was fighting the black flood dragon in the sky was moved and couldn't help but look over. Scoundrel! His eyes were cold. Boom! The dark, murderous aura surged over like a tide as the black flood dragon swooped over and used the murderous aura to cast the demon race's killing technique. The old man in the dragon robe had no choice but to look away from Lin Tian. The black flood dragon was not weaker than him, and if he was too distracted by other things, he might be in trouble in the next moment. The void was distorted. The sun ocean, the desolate heaven realm, and the moon in the starry sky were all supported by Lin Tian at the same time. The sea of consciousness phenomenon was also vast and mighty. Wisps of black and white yin-yang light jumped, and the dazzling divine light directly illuminated the surroundings. It had to be said that it was a shocking momentum that instantly shattered the space confinement created by the 7-star immortal grinding disk. Buzz! Several different rays of light flickered, as if a sea of divine light was surging. It was magical and dazzling. Looking at Wei Yanhe, Lin Tian was like a godly king at this moment. "Can you bury me here?" Wei Yanhe's face grew even more sullen as he humphed coldly. "Because you don't have a king body, you're envious of those who do. That's why you spent so much effort to imitate the mystical abilities of the king's territory to attract attention. What are you so smug about? King's domain could only be used by someone with a king's physique. Moreover, a person with a king's physique could only use one type of king's domain. Therefore, he didn't think that Lin Tian had a king's physique. He believed that if Lin Tian had a king's physique, the world would have already known about it after so many battles." Hearing Wei Yanhe's words, Lin Tianyi was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Was he envious of those with king bodies? Interesting, very interesting. He was a reincarnation body, the most powerful physique that had never appeared in the history of cultivation. Why would he need to envy other king physiques? Looking at Wei Yanhe, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Although what you said is very stupid, in a sense it's not wrong. I'm quite envious of those with king bodies. At least, they're not as unlucky as me." He was the only one who didn't dare to casually expose the 12 king bodies. He was the only one who was hated by the heavens. He had just entered the airborne realm, and he was already killed by the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation in the immortal ascension realm could even kill a great path powerhouse. Wei Yanhe's face grew even more sullen. He couldn't understand Lin Tian's words, but he could hear the sarcasm in Lin Tian's words. "You're courting death." A person who had just entered the immortal ascension realm and was at the first level of the immortal ascension realm actually dared to provoke him again and again. The prince of the 7 luminaries empire, who looked down on the territory of Shenzhou. His eyes became as cold as a killing sword. He formed a seal with both hands again and channeled the 7-star immortal grinding disc even more fiercely, causing the number of immortal grinding discs in this space to increase. Their power became stronger, and their speed of attack also became faster. It was as if a sea of immortal grinding discs was pressing towards Lin Tian. Buzz! Suddenly, the void trembled with a sizzling sound. However, in the next moment, Wei Yanhe's expression changed. At this time, he channeled the 7-star immortal grinding disc, even more powerful, which was about 3 times stronger than before. However, when it pressed towards Lin Tian, it encountered unimaginable resistance. The power of the technique had obviously become stronger, several times stronger, but when it came to attacking, it was far less effective than before. Even at this time, this technique seemed to be useless against Lin Tian. "How do you feel?" Lin Tian asked. He looked at Wei Yanhe with a calm expression, like a divine king overlooking the world. Such an expression naturally made Wei Yanhe's face even colder and colder. "You clang!" The black and white lotus petals in the sea of consciousness trembled and let out a sword cry that seemed real, directly interrupting Wei Yanhe's words. "Now it's my turn to attack." Lin Tiandao. The moment he finished speaking, he moved. with the Sun Ocean and other kings' territories protecting his body. He took a step forward and broke apart the seven-star immortal grinding disc. The dense black and white lotus petals directly pressed towards Wei Yanhe. Wei Yanhe's face was cold. Divine power interweaved outside his body, and the seven-star immortal grinding disc directly went forward to block the attack. Swoosh! 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 A strange sound was heard, and the lotus petals passed through the seven-star immortal grinding disc's obstruction and appeared in front of Wei Yanhe in the blink of an eye. Wei Yanhe was immediately moved and quickly stepped on the seven-star godly movement technique to retreat. Unfortunately, he was still a little too late and couldn't avoid all the lotus petals. 3 lotus petals entered his sea of consciousness. Ah! Suddenly, a shrill and ear-piercing scream was heard. This third prince! What happened? The crowd was shocked. The third prince of their bloodline was extremely powerful and could fight with a powerhouse at the peak of the 8th heaven of the Ascension realm. However, at this moment, he was screaming in pain. This was the first time these people had seen such a thing, and their expressions all changed. Lin Tianling smiled coldly. Stepping on the yin-yang puppet, he instantly pressed forward. Without any unnecessary movements, he directly swung his right fist and pressed forward. This punch landed firmly on Wei Yanhe's cheek, and instantly Wei Yanhe was sent flying. Teeth mixed with blood flew out, and the crowd of the 7 luminaries' empire here changed their expressions again. Again, Lin Tianling smiled and stepped forward again. His right fist was clenched, and he swung it down mercilessly. For a moment, Wei Yanhe was in great trouble and completely became Lin Tianling's human sandbag. Bam! 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 Lin Tianling's fist kept landing on Wei Yanhe's body. After more than 10 breaths, Wei Yanhe finally broke free from the intense pain of his sea of consciousness being attacked. With a roar, he dodged Lin Tianling's fist in a sorry state. "What did you do just now?" he roared at Lin Tianling. "Guess?" Lin Tianling smiled. He obviously wouldn't be so idle as to explain to Wei Yanhe the strange effects of his sea of consciousness phenomenon. After he finished speaking, the lotus sea beside him swayed, and even more dense black and white lotus petals rushed towards Wei Yanhe, trapping him in all directions. Wei Yanhe had experienced the pain of the yin-yang lotus sea once, so he understood a little about it. Naturally, he didn't dare to be careless. He dodged again and again, using all kinds of divine abilities and secret techniques to resist. Unfortunately, they didn't have much effect, and he was in a sorry state for a moment. Bam! He dodged the attacks of the yin-yang lotus sea again and again, but Lin Tianling's fist came close, and he was directly sent flying. After that, he suffered again and again. He dodged all the black and white lotus petals, but he was hit by Lin Tianling's fists. 7 luminaries' third prince, I thought you should have cultivated a sea of consciousness phenomenon. It seems that I overestimated you. Lin Tiandao. As everyone knew, the most effective way to resist a sea of consciousness phenomenon was to use other sea of consciousness phenomena. After he summoned the yin-yang lotus sea, he attacked Wei Yanhe again and again, but the other party only responded with ordinary divine abilities. After ordinary divine abilities were useless, he used the 7 stars' divine movement to dodge in a sorry state. Obviously, he didn't control a sea of consciousness phenomenon. His words were very calm. The yin-yang lotus sea swayed around him, and the black and white lotus petals forced Wei Yanhe to dodge again and again. Failed. His expression was calm as he shook his head and said, Such words and such attitude undoubtedly made Wei Yanhe furious, and ferocious and ruthless appeared at the same time. Enough! Without a sea of consciousness phenomenon, I can still kill you. Wei Yanhe roared. With a bang, a small cauldron rushed out of his body, and as soon as it appeared, it emitted an extremely terrifying aura. 7 luminaries, treasured cauldron. In the distance, someone exclaimed, No, It's not the high-grade Dao weapon of my clan. This is a replica of the 7 luminaries' treasured cauldron. Someone was disappointed. Is it just a replica? What do you know? Although it's just a replica, its power is definitely terrifying. It's far from what a superior-grade immortal artifact can compare to. It can launch 3 devastating attacks. It can definitely kill a half-step great Dao powerhouse without any problems. Really? Of course. In the distance, the cultivators of the 7 luminaries' empire were excited again. At the same time, Lin Tian was moved. He naturally sensed the terror of the small cauldron that Wei Yan has summoned and dodged. You want to retreat? Wei Yanha said coldly, and the small cauldron that rushed out of his body flew up. An immortal light pressed towards Lin Tian in a mighty manner. Lin Tian quickly retreated. At the same time, he used the Sea of Consciousness phenomenon, the starry sky, moon, and other king's territories to block in front of him. In the next moment, with a crisp sound, his Sea of Consciousness phenomenon was directly shattered, and the starry sky, moon, and other king's territories also cracked one by one. However, the immortal light did not decrease in momentum. Although it was much weaker, it still pressed forward. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly propped up the 4-symbol seal to block it. However, it only lasted for a moment before it was shattered into pieces. Bam! In the end, the immortal light landed on his body, causing him to stagger back while blood gushed out of his mouth. This attack was too terrifying. Although he used the Sea of Consciousness phenomenon, several king's territories, and the 4-symbol seal to weaken most of its power, he still suffered serious injuries. Boom! A terrifying aura surged again. Wei Yanha pressed forward step by step with the small cauldron above his head. There are only 2 more chances to kill, but it's enough to kill you. Wei Yanha pressed forward with a bone-chilling gaze. The Sea of Consciousness phenomenon has been destroyed, the fake king's body and king's territory has been destroyed, and that strange Dao diagram divine ability is useless too. Let's see what else you can use to resist. With a boom, he activated the small cauldron above his head, and another fatal immortal light pressed towards Lin Tian. Ka! The void distorted and collapsed directly. It was a completely destructive killing light. However, when he faced this destructive killing light for the second time, Lin Tian suddenly seemed very calm, and his eyes became completely indifferent. Since you want to see, then open your dog eyes wide and see clearly what I'll use to block you. See how I'll chop off your head. He raised his hand to form a seal, and with a wong sound, a divine diagram slowly surged out from behind him. King's territory, reincarnation diagram. Boom! He faced it with the reincarnation diagram, and the divine and sacred light spread out, blocking the second destructive immortal light. All of a sudden, everyone was moved. The immortal light that could kill a half-step great Dao powerhouse was actually blocked. What are you doing? Wei Yanha's expression changed. The reincarnation body and reincarnation diagram could only be seen by dead people and those who had reached the peak of cultivation. Wei Yanha naturally couldn't recognize it. Blood flowed from the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. Although the reincarnation diagram blocked the destructive immortal light, it still caused him to be slightly shaken. After all, that was a power that could kill a half-step great Dao powerhouse in one strike. He stared at Wei Yanha and didn't answer his question. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he said indifferently, "You still have one last chance to attack." Wei Yanha was shocked, and then he was furious. "Damn you! Kill!" He let out a loud roar, and the small cauldron above his head shone brightly. It was as if it had turned into a blazing divine sun, and it charged towards Lin Tian with a loud bang. Ka! 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 The void collapsed inch by inch. The small cauldron's killing light was like an ocean, and it instantly arrived in front of Lin Tian, colliding with the reincarnation diagram. In an instant, the destructive power flooded the surroundings, and a dazzling light shot into the sky, and it gradually dissipated after a while. In the field, Lin Tian was as immovable as a mountain. Although the reincarnation diagram dimmed slightly, it didn't collapse, and it slowly rotated in front of Lin Tian. Suddenly, Wei Yanhe's face turned pale. No, this is impossible. How is this possible? The power that could wipe out a half-step great Tao powerhouse was actually blocked twice. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent as they fell on Wei Yanhe. It's my turn to attack again. Traces of blood hung from the corner of his mouth. He took a step forward, and the reincarnation diagram moved with him, following beside him like an unparalleled god of war. Last attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the reincarnation diagram trembled, and divine light shone brightly. A majestic force surged out, and it immediately made Wei Yanhe tremble. At this moment, his divine power was less than 10%. Everyone help me! He roared and quickly retreated. At the same time, in the distant sky, the expression of the elder in dragon robes changed drastically, and he shouted angrily, "Stop!" This elder wanted to rush over, but unfortunately he was powerless and couldn't get around the black dragon. Some of the other cultivators from the 7 Luminaries' empire rushed forward. But just as they got close, they were sent flying by the reincarnation diagram's power, and they were torn apart in the air, dying tragically on the spot. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He broke through the layers of obstacles and directly closed in on Wei Yanhe, pressing down with the reincarnation diagram. Boom! With a shocking roar, a dazzling divine light exploded, illuminating and drowning everything. Chapter 658. Staring at the head in Lin Tian's hand that was dripping with blood, everyone's expression changed. Their faces were as white as snow. Please search product #booknet to see the most complete. A novel. The third prince was actually. How? How is that possible? Someone was stunned. The third prince of their bloodline, one of the people most likely to inherit the throne, was actually killed. Bastard! A furious roar rang out. In the sky, the elder in the dragon robe looked over, his eyes about to split open. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he rushed over almost crazily. Unfortunately, he was stopped by the black dragon in the blink of an eye. Moreover, because Wei Yanhe was enraged by Lin Tianxia's death, many of the black dragon's murderous aura and dark light landed on him, instantly sending him flying. Half of his body was almost crushed. Thief! You actually killed the third prince. Damn it! Our clan will not let you go. We will definitely kill you. No, we will make you suffer a fate worse than death and never reincarnate. After being stunned for a moment, the 7 Luminaries' dynasty cultivators were both shocked and furious as they stared at Lin Tian with hatred. Lin Tian tilted his head and glanced at these people. Others treat you as slaves and view your lives as worthless. When they encounter danger, they directly use you as a meat shield and use your lives to resolve their own crisis. But you, after the other party is killed, each and every one of you act as if your parents have died. Why do you have to be so cheap? He said. Instantly, the 7 Luminaries' dynasty people were even more furious, and the hatred in their eyes was even more intense. Damn you! Do you know how amazing the third prince's aptitude is? Do you know how the third prince treated me? Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing, and the silver sword light swept past with a cold gust of wind. With a poof, this person's head was chopped off, directly interrupting his following words. 6th firmament of the connecting immortal realm and a superior grade Tao weapon replica still died in my hands. How dare you talk about aptitude? Lin Tian's expression was calm. He held Wei Yanhe's head in his right hand, and a superior grade treasure sword appeared beside him. Then a treasure shield appeared, a short knife appeared, a spear appeared, and a green furnace rose. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of precious weapons appeared, all of them flickering with cold light. You! Immediately everyone trembled. The anger on their faces and the hatred in their eyes disappeared. In the blink of an eye, they were filled with fear. Lin Tian, on the other hand, looked very calm and did not say a single word. He stared at these people, and with a thought the hundreds of precious weapons of the sect clanged and shot out in all directions like lightning. In an instant, streaks of blood-red light flashed. At this place, the cultivators of the 7 Luminaries' empire were terrified. Some tried their best to resist, but it was a pity that it was useless. Lin Tian used the weapon control technique with his immortal ascension cultivation. How could these ordinary cultivators resist? Pooh! 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 The blood, mist dispersed, and for a time, miserable shrieks rang out continuously. The 7 Luminaries' clan cultivators fell one after another. It could be said that this was a battle without any suspense, or it could be said that this was just a one-sided slaughter, because, compared to the current Lin Tian, these people were too weak. Ah! Miserable shrieks rang out. 2 immortal swords flew past and slashed down under Lin Tian's thought, killing Immortal Ascension cultivator. The immortal sword spun and pierced out in a strange arc, piercing the throat of another Immortal Ascension cultivator. No! Elder, save us! Ah! Miserable shrieks and cries for help intertwined, mixed with mournful, terrified, and desperate cries. In the sky, the old man in dragon robes looked over when he heard the cries. He was instantly even more furious, and his old body could not help but tremble. Lin Tian was completely slaughtering the people of the 7 Luminaries' empire. Beast, stop! The old man in dragon robes roared. In response, Lin Tian was very calm. He was indifferent and did not care at all. He stood on the spot without moving. The hundreds of precious weapons clanged, completely enveloping this space and slashing down mercilessly. Pooh! 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 Bloody mists exploded one after another, and miserable shrieks rang out. It was not until a quarter of an hour later that this place finally quieted down. As far as the eye could see, the ground was dyed red with blood. The cultivators of the 7 Luminaries' empire here, except for the old man in dragon robes, who was held back by the black dragon in the sky, were all killed. Ah! The old man in dragon robes roared, his eyes completely red. Hundreds of people, including the Prince Wei Yanhe, were actually all killed. Beast! He roared violently and charged madly at Lin Tian. As a result, the rhythm of the battle was naturally disrupted. Under the black dragon's murderous aura, he suffered a great disaster. One of his arms was directly shattered and blood stained the sky. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked over. He took a step forward and instantly appeared on the black dragon's head, looking at the old man in dragon robes with a cold smile. Go all out and finish him in one blow, he said to the black dragon. With a hum, the reincarnation diagram behind him rushed up again, and the divine and holy light spread out in all directions. The black dragon roared. The murderous aura surged, and an extremely strong, murderous light gathered in its mouth. Kill, Lin Tian said in a low voice. In an instant, the reincarnation diagram trembled and cut through the sky, enveloping the old man in dragon robes. The reincarnation Wang Li that was nurtured in it immediately poured out with shocking, destructive power. Almost at the same time, the black dragon opened its mouth and spat out a murderous light full of murderous aura. It directly penetrated the space, and together with Lin Tian's divine reincarnation diagram, it ruthlessly hit the old man in dragon robes. Poof! A bloody mist exploded, and it was blinding. The black dragon was not weaker than the old man in dragon robes. It had already injured him several times just now. Now, with the help of Lin Tian's reincarnation diagram, how could the old man in gray possibly withstand it? He was crushed into pieces on the spot, and his body and soul were destroyed. For a moment, this place was completely silent. The ground was filled with corpses, and blood dyed the ground red. However, Lin Tian was not the least bit emotional. The black dragon shrunk its demon body and landed on his shoulder. He descended from the sky and looked down. The Lingjing mine. He muttered to himself. There were already 7 or 8 excavated mines on the ground that led to the underground. He used the dragon patterns to explore, and after a while, he found one and leaped lightly into it. After about 10 breaths, he stepped on solid ground again. This mine was about 1,000 feet deep. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet flickered, and he quickly arrived in front of a stone wall. The surface of this stone wall was very rough, and its color was crimson. There were many metal tools beside it, which were obviously brought in by the people of the 7 Luminaries Empire. They were digging at the crimson stone wall in front of them, trying to dig it out bit by bit. He walked to the stone wall and placed his right hand on it. The dragon patterns extended out like divine light chains and penetrated deep into it. After a while, with a crack, cracks appeared on the crimson stone wall. Like old mud, it peeled off piece by piece. Time passed quickly. As the crimson stone peeled off layer by layer, strands of sparkling light gradually appeared from the cracks of the crimson stone wall. After that, this light became brighter and brighter. After a full hour, the rough crimson stone wall was completely peeled off. The light that appeared in front of him was extremely bright, and there was rolling, spirit chi intertwining. Behind the rough crimson stone wall, large pieces of Lingjing condensed into stones. They were exquisite and translucent. When one's palm was placed on top, there was an obvious feeling of warmth. It's really a Lingjing mine. Lin Tian's eyes shone brightly. After a quick scan, he roughly estimated that the Lingjing in this place added up to about 50,000 caddies. 50,000 caddies of Lingjing was incomparable to what he obtained in the coiling dragon land, but it was already shocking enough. 50,000 caddies was not a small number. Thank you, 7 Luminaries Empire. He smiled faintly. 50,000 caddies of Lingjing was far from enough for him to reach the 2nd tier of the connecting immortal realm. However, it would not be a problem for him to complete 1/20th of the cultivation journey from the 1st to the 2nd tier. Without any cultivation, he could complete 1/20th of the journey from the early stage to the 2nd tier of the connecting immortal realm in an instant. This was naturally considered a surprise. Moreover, not to mention his cultivation, if he divided this 50,000 caddies of Lingjing between the Burning Sun sect and the Emergence Dao sect, it would undoubtedly be a shocking treasure. With this 50,000 caddies of Lingjing, the strength of the 2 sects would definitely increase greatly. Hence, no matter how one looked at it, 50,000 caddies of Lingjing could be considered a considerable gain. He smiled faintly and did not hesitate. He immediately used the special method recorded in the Dragon Burial Scripture to excavate the Lingjing mine here. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours passed. 6 hours later, he put away all of the Lingjing mine that he had excavated and turned to leave. The 7 Luminaries Empire had a shocking foundation and was powerful. However, they were not familiar with the Dragon Burial Scripture and the Lingjing mining scripture. Hence, even though they had discovered the Lingjing mine, they could not quickly excavate it. It would take a lot of manpower and time, because if they were too anxious to excavate without knowing the Dragon Burial Scripture, it was very likely that the Lingjing mine would be damaged. Once the Lingjing mine was damaged, the spirit chi contained within would leak out. As a result, the Lingjing mine's effectiveness would naturally be greatly reduced. Hence, even though this lineage had discovered this Lingjing mine more than half a month ago, they had not excavated it until now. However, Lin Tian was different. As the inheritor of the complete Dragon Burial Scripture, no one could compare to him in the excavation of the Lingjing mine other than celestial, venerable Dragon Burial Scripture. He was very familiar with this path. In addition, he had now entered the connecting immortal realm and had a deeper understanding of the Dragon Burial Scripture. Hence, It was naturally very easy for him to excavate it. Soon he left the underground world and returned to the surface. Looking around, bright red blood flowed and dyed a large area of the ground red. Broken corpses were strewn all over the ground. This place seemed to have turned into a purgatory. Regarding this, Lin Tian's expression remained calm. There was not the slightest ripple. If he did not kill these people, they would kill him. Hence, why should he show mercy? He walked to the side and placed the head of the 7 Luminaries' Empire's 3rd prince, Wei Yanha, on the ground. He pierced it with a long sword and nailed it firmly to the ground. He carved a large Lin character on the head and then turned to leave. He believed that there would definitely be people from the 7 Luminaries' Empire rushing here. After seeing the Lin character, it was enough to know who did it. He wanted to tell the 7 Luminaries' Empire that these people were his, Lin Tiansha's, men. The Lingjing mine here was seized by him, Lin Tian. A ruthless slap to the face. There are still many 7 Luminaries' strongholds in Prosper Continent. I'll go and overturn them one by one.